Chapter 9:16. He asked Yevich to prepare a batch of mother-of-pearl eggs that could be hatched. List did not stay in mother-of-pearl city for too long. Snowstorm Mountain Principality was remote and there was nothing to visit. He directly led his dragon legion and flew in the direction of the sea. Of course, considering that Ichi was eager to go back and summarize the information collection and improvement of the magic array, he asked Bard to take Ichi through space and return to Reed City. He rode on Marta and brought Leo and Ethan with him, flying slowly behind them. It was the first time the mountain copper dragon Marta came to the Flame Islands. He did not know the way and needed someone to take him. He also wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Marta and lay the foundation for the first generation of Dragon Knight's spiritual imprint. When they arrived at the Endless Volcano, it was already June 6th. Leo returned to his dragon lair, Doomsday Volcano, and concentrated on his training. Ainfant, the great elf, took the opportunity to satisfy his craving. Goldie, Little Red, and Little Purple also excitedly circled around Leo a few times. The three birds had grown up a lot and were very obedient under Ainfant's training. Even under Ainfant's comfort, List also rode the three birds for a while. It could be seen that this super dragon beast called Phoenix could be tamed as a mount. It's a pity that there are mounts, but there are no qualified knight. At the very least, it needs to be a young and promising fire attribute elite Earth Knight to be able to ride these blazing dragon birds and form a branch of the Burning Legion, the Imperial Knight Regiment. Of course, 3 blazing dragon birds are still too few. The next time I hear about the Phoenix, it's best to catch another batch and breed them. The super dragon beast's body was a treasure, and part of its body would hide its soul, just like the dragon's teeth, which involved some kind of special change. This inspired the next stage of the Dragon Knight's training. He and Ichi both deduced that the Dragon Knight must study the soul to break the shackles. That is, spiritual power. Matter, magic, and spirit were the 3 basic rules that made up the world. As the pinnacle of power, the Dragon Knight had to start from these 3 basic rules if it wanted to break through. There is also a thunder dragon turtle on Black Horse Island. Its shell is the same as the tail feathers of the flame dragon bird. But I don't have enough super dragons. When I have time, I should go to the Pegasus Forest and look for unicorns with wind attributes. He had gotten the clue about the super dragon unicorn for a long time, but he had never found the time to look for it. He did not know whether the unicorn existed or whether it had been captured by the Knight of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. He shook his head. Hopping off the blazing dragon bird, he waved at Ainfant. "Ainfant, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a few days." "Well, List, bring me some blue soft jade powder. I want to change my taste," Ainfant said. "No problem." After leaving the volcano of Doomsday, List thought of an idea. He brought Marta the Orichalcum dragon and Ethan the Emerald dragon and flew straight to the Hourglass Valley, the sacred mountain of the Moon Slayers. There was a sacred tribe at the foot of the mountain and 6 broken statues of ancient archmages. The terrain of the Hourglass Valley was very good, and it was the absolute center of the Flaming Island. There was also the entrance to a relic waiting to be excavated. Maybe I can build my royal city here. The ancient archmages chose to build a relic here after careful selection. And when the natural nodes of the relic entrance are sorted out, I can directly build a teleportation circle so that the royal city can quickly communicate with other places. It would be best if I could directly communicate with the legendary continent. While he was thinking, the Hourglass Valley came into view. Roar! Roar! Marta and Ethan let out a deafening dragon roar at the same time, reminding the sacred tribe in the valley that a dragon knight had arrived, their great Seiki had returned. In the language of the moon, Seiki meant saint. Back then, List, who rode the invisible dragon, successfully subdued the sacred tribe and made the Moon Slayers worship Seiki. At this time, Sasamit was enjoying the gentle massage of the Moon Slayers' shoulders in the tribe. He was in a very good mood. He was originally one of the many ancient sorcerers in the sacred tribe. However, a sudden catastrophe caused the original listeners and the ancient sorcerers who were loyal to the listeners to be slaughtered. That unknown outsider, Seiki, with his terrifying big lizard, had directly appointed him as the new listener of the holy tribe with his inviolable and brilliant heavenly might. From then on, Sasamit became the most authoritative person in the sacred tribe. Everywhere he went, everyone had to respectfully call him Su. Su, who was enjoying himself, suddenly heard two majestic and inviolable roars from afar. The sound was very special. Because of the distance, it was not too loud. However, the feeling of power in it made his scalp go numb. It was as if it was some kind of indescribably noble existence. What's that sound? He stood up from the Moon Slayer's legs and quickly walked to the window of the wooden house. He looked in the direction of the sound. Su, is it a beast? A Moon Slayer's replied. No, the sound is not right. I have never heard such a sound before. However, it is very familiar, very familiar. It is an unforgettable familiarity. Su could not help but recall another peculiar sound, Wuxia. It was the sound of Bigrid, who was next to Seiki. According to legend, the ancestor had fought side by side with Bigrid and killed the moon. Wuxia was different from roar and roar. However, the nobility and majesty contained in it were the same, giving him a feeling of submission from the bottom of his heart. He looked at the dark blue sky, nervously anticipating something. Suddenly, two small black dots appeared in the sky. The small black dots grew larger and larger until they eventually turned into two black silhouettes. Su's heart fiercely trembled at the sight of these two silhouettes. His breathing quickened and he nearly suffocated. Yes, it's Bigrid. Bigrid? The Moon Slayers in the wooden house turned pale with fright. They did not see Seth and his buddy Big Lizard, because when the Firebird was unleashed, they fainted immediately. Only later did they learn that Seth had killed the previous listener and a large number of ancient sorcerers, supported Su, and laid down a rule that forbade harming sprites. If they were not allowed to harm sprite worms, they would not be able to produce magic power dust. This made many youngsters who wanted to become ancient sorcerers complain. However, Su strictly enforced this rule. Previously, when clansmen secretly killed sprite worms, Su discovered them and skinned them. Since then, no one dared to disobey. Su also said that the ancient sorcerers could not protect the tribe and that Seth would send them a new cultivation method, night. Because Seth was a great knight, a knight riding Bigrid. More than half a year passed, yet Seth did not return, nor did he obtain the night cultivation method. Many youngsters questioned Su behind his back. However, Su was full of confidence. He had experienced Seiki's greatness and knew what Seiki meant to the sacred tribe. He was also willing to believe that Seiki would return. At that time, the sacred tribe would walk out of the forest and return to the great civilization of their ancestors. Bigrid, there are two Bigrid. It's Seiki. Seiki is back. Su shouted loudly. He ran out of the house and quickly summoned all the ancient sorcerers of the tribe, before running towards the altar of the 6 statues. When they reached the altar, the two Bigrid, wrapped in boundless dragon's might, landed on the altar. Different from the flowing crystal-like Bigrid in Su's memory, the Bigrid this time had a head of light green gem and a head of brilliant gold. Their color, build, and posture were different, but what remained the same was the surging and suffocating dragon's might. Roar! Roar! The two Bigrid roared once more. After swearing their authority, they slowly retracted their dragon's might. Then, a knight jumped down from the back of the golden Bigrid. Tall, straight, handsome, mighty, noble, and unbearable. It was the Seiki in Su's memory. He immediately knelt down on the ground in excitement and shouted, Seiji! Big Lizard! Chapter 9:17. After systematic learning, List had already mastered the basic communication ability of the Moon language. After intimidating the Moon Killer tribe, he had listener Su and the ancient mage stay. Su, I am here to fulfill my promise to the holy tribe. Since you are sincerely following me, I will naturally not let the holy tribe decline. I will send orders of chivalry to the holy tribe to teach you a brand new knight cultivation system to replace the declining magic system. Su was still a little unconvinced. Seiji, is magic really declining? The weave is declining. How do you think a mage like you can reach the level of strength I have now? List coldly snorted, very dissatisfied with Su's questioning. His words in the territory had never been questioned by his followers. It was just that these natives were not smart. How dare Su compare to Seiji? It's just Seiji, can Su also become a knight? You can't. You ancient mages are destined to be eliminated by the times. From now on, select outstanding young people. They are the seeds to receive the knight's teachings. Under my rule, the holy tribe will have a beautiful future instead of being chased by wild beasts in the forest. When the knight came to teach, those outstanding moonkiller children would learn the wind language and serpentine and be instilled with the concept of loyalty and patriotism. When this batch of moonkiller knight grew up, the assimilation would also be completed. At that time, the moonkiller knight, who had a sense of superiority, would definitely be more ruthless than the flame people in oppressing the ordinary moonkiller tribe. Facts prove that the banana people were often more ruthless to their fellow countrymen. During World War II, the German soldiers who joined the US fought the Germans to the death, and the Japanese who joined the US fought the Japanese to the death, not to mention the Chinese who joined the US. This was human nature. When strangers were rich, they would not be jealous, but when Wang Guden, who grew up playing with them, became rich, he would definitely go crazy with jealousy. Moreover, if they did not belittle and beat their fellow countrymen to death, how could they prove that their behavior of flattering foreigners was correct? It could not be said that everyone was like this, but most people were definitely like this. Su felt wronged by List's straightforward words. He didn't want to be eliminated. He still wanted to be a listener until he died of old age. However, List had been in a high position for many years and had already trained a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts. Su, how many children do you have? Su has 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy is already 15 years old and is currently learning magic. The girl is 12 years old and is learning to work with the women. The boy is 15 years old. It's not too late for him to start knight training. I'll have people take good care of him. In the future, he will become a noble of the Fire Kingdom, with his own land and servants. When the girl is 12 years old, let her go to a girls' school in Fireforge City to study and marry a noble in the future. As List spoke, he looked at the other ancient sorcerers with anticipation in their eyes. The same goes for all of you. Your children will become Knight of the Fire Kingdom in the future. Remember, as long as you are loyal to me, you will all have a beautiful future. Su and the other ancient magi immediately expressed their loyalty. After a round of flattery, List raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and stop flattering him. These natives who lacked vocabulary could only repeat common knowledge such as great, seiki, handsome, and so on. They had no creativity. I will give you a beautiful future, but I will also give you 2 tasks. Lord Seiki, please speak. Bigrid, Marta the mountain dragon will stay in the holy tribe. You will be in charge of its food. It represents my dignity. Its vision is my vision. Everything in the holy tribe will happen in my eyes. Do you understand? Marta didn't have high requirements for the dragon nest. It was just too lazy to move and liked to find people to bring it food. Therefore, staying in the holy tribe was a good choice. Firstly, it could block the news of the mountain dragon. Secondly, it could suppress the holy tribe and make it easier for him to extend his authority. Understood, Lord Seiki. Not only did Su and the other ancient magi not complain, but they were also excited to the point of suffocation. They unexpectedly had the opportunity to come into contact with Bigrid, who had fought side by side with their ancestor. They even provided Bigrid with food. This feeling was too great. With a faint smile, List continued, "For the second task, I will dispatch orders of chivalry. You will need to cooperate with the orders of chivalry and incorporate the nearby Moon Killer tribes. In addition, spread the ban on elves. All the elves found must be strictly protected." "Ah, Lord Seiki, I am afraid that the surrounding tribes will not obey the orders of the Holy Tribe." "If they do not obey the orders, then invite their listeners and ancient magi to the Holy Tribe as guests and let them see Bigrid. You do not need to worry about this. My knight will faithfully carry out my orders. You just need to listen to the knight's arrangements." After explaining, List enjoyed several kinds of delicious fruits that the Holy Tribe had offered as tribute. Then, he sent over the sprite worms that the Holy Tribe had found in the past half a year. There were a total of 7 sprite worms. They were of very rare species, but of little value. However, List still contracted with the 7 sprite worms. After putting away the sprite worms, he said goodbye to Marta. "You will stay here. I will send someone to take care of you. You will have all kinds of magic ingredients, jades, and delicacies. What you need to do is to choose a place nearby to produce orichalcum ore. When I have time, I will build a dragon nest for you." Roar! The orichalcum dragon nodded cheerfully. It felt very happy that it could not see List. This was probably the drawback of using the enchanting dragon soul fruit to ride a dragon. The dragon had some complaints about List as a knight. Over time, they needed to slowly get to know each other and finally leave a soul brand. He waved his hand. Following the call of the Moon Killer, List mounted the light emerald dragon Isin and continued eastward. When he passed by Jade City near the Flame Mountain Range, he came down to inspect the construction work. He found that the progress here was very rapid. As more and more flame people arrived, the construction of several cities suddenly accelerated. Commercial trade gradually developed, and many of the Flame Island specialties began to be transported out, turning them into economic value. After a simple night's rest in Jade City, List set off again the next morning. First, he went to Dragon Valley City to inspect the mining work of the metal mines and the extent of the excavation of the large pits. After leaving Jade City, he went to Fire City. With the opening of the teleportation array, Fire City's status had dropped sharply. It had been replanned as an agricultural city, and a large number of plantations had been opened up here. After inspecting Fire City, List returned to Reed City. After a short rest, he changed into the invisible dragon bard and traveled through space directly to Black Horse Island. Because at this time, the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom's emissary group finally arrived, along with the Blast Furnace Kingdom's emissary group. The Blast Furnace Kingdom's emissary group rode 3 huge mid-level dragons, levitating giant rays. This mid-level wind attribute dragon looked like a flying saucer with a tail. It was a bit similar to the rays on Earth, with a flat, round body, a diameter of more than 10 meters, relying entirely on wind magic to fly. It flew very fast and had good endurance. This was the mid-level dragon bred by the Blast Furnace Kingdom's royal family. It was very weak in combat, but as a means of transportation, it was better than an airplane. Therefore, the Blast Furnace Kingdom's emissary group could quickly cross tens of thousands of kilometers and arrive at Black Horse Island at the same time as the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom's emissary group. Chapter 9:18 Mashu Red White Rose, head of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom delegation, pays respect to Your Royal Highness the Dragon Knight. Bruce Silverhand, head of the Blast Furnace Kingdom delegation, pays respect to Your Royal Highness the Dragon Knight. In the reception hall of Thorn Castle, List met the heads of the delegation of the 2 countries, a young and handsome knight and an elegant middle-aged knight. He smiled and gestured, "You don't have to be so polite, please take a seat." "Thank you, Your Royal Highness." Mashu was born in the Red White Rose family, which had a prominent position in the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. Bruce was born in the Silver Hand family, which was a member of the Duke family without a dragon. It was a branch of the Blast Furnace Kingdom's Golden Crown family, similar to the relationship between the Blue Blood Alliance and the Sapphire family. By sending such distinguished envoys, it was obvious that the Blast Furnace Kingdom and the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom attached great importance to List, or to the Invisible Dragon Bard, the Little Fire Dragon Leo, the Light Emerald Dragon Isin, the Grey Iron Dragon Orn, and the Archmage Chi behind him. Before formally discussing the intentions of the delegation, the envoys of the two countries presented the gifts first. The King of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom sent a batch of food, metal resources, and a few glittering golden wool. This was the wool of the Earth Super Dragon Beast Golden Goat, which was of the same importance as the phoenix feather of the Flame Dragon Bird. Strictly speaking, this batch of gifts was similar to the gifts brought by the previous delegation. The Blast Furnace Kingdom did not bring food, metal, and other resources because they came on a giant ray and could not carry too many things. But the king's gift was a batch of magic books, which not only contained some strange casting methods, magic arrays, but also several magic books written by archmages. The value of the gifts was quite high, especially for a Chi, as a archmage, who could make full use of the magic books. Thank you for the gifts of King Osborne and King Helder. It's getting late. Why don't you take a seat and have a drink first, and then hand in the official envoy documents in the afternoon? As your Royal Highness commands. The luncheon dishes were very rich, making the envoys of the two countries eat happily. However, List was not very satisfied. Mrs. Abby's team of chefs had already left for Fireforge City. The team of chefs that remained in Thorn Castle were her apprentices, so their skills were a bit worse. As they toasted each other, there was naturally a round of flattery. In particular, Mashu Red White Rose showed great enthusiasm for List, which made him involuntarily think that she might want to marry her sister to him. However, List didn't like this kind of blind marriage, so he chose to go through with it perfunctorily. When the banquet was over, Roland wanted to take a nap, but Mashu came to him again. Your Royal Highness, the gift from the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom has been presented, but the gift from the Red and White Rose family has not yet been given to your Royal Highness. Please allow me to give them to your Royal Highness personally. The Red and White Rose family also prepared a gift for me. List pretended to be surprised. He already knew that the Red and White Rose family was rich. As expected, they were prepared to throw money at him. Thinking about it, List felt a little excited. Mashu smiled proudly. My parents appreciate His Royal Highness very much, and my sister admires His Royal Highness very much. I drank with His Royal Highness, and I admire His Royal Highness very much. Therefore, the family intends to befriend your Highness. A mere gift is just a small token of our appreciation, not worth mentioning. Immediately, the retainer knight of the Red and White Rose family came with a batch of gifts. Every time he brought a gift, a knight would shout out the name of the gift. 20 rubies, 30 gems of the other 11 colors. 1 ton each of mithril, orichalcum, and adamantine. 3 pairs of low-level dragon hounds, 20 puppies. Fire abandoned worm grass, red pen ghost, dark abandoned worm grass, black tiger paw spores, nourishment, and 20 farming serfs. Every time the name of a gift was read out, List couldn't help but feel his heart beat. The value of 50 gems was more than tens of thousands of gold coins, and 3 tons of magic metal was nearly 100,000 gold coins. The ability of the low-level dragon hounds was unknown, but the value of the dragon that could reproduce was definitely not low. The value of the abandoned worm grass was average, but there were abandoned worm grass with dark attributes. Light and dark attributes were rare attributes, and the corresponding potions were very expensive. Therefore, the value of the black tiger paw was huge, definitely more than tens of thousands of gold coins. Without waiting for List to recover, another knight came over with a large box and shouted, 1,000 platinum potions. Hearing this gift, List's eyebrows quickly flew up. The platinum potion was made from the white rose, one of the origins of the red and white rose family. It was known as the potion with the best amplification effect. Many great aristocratic families were willing to spend countless gold coins to buy platinum potions for their children to use. The best adjective was, the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom Dragon Knight Reserve Plan designated to use the potion. It was said that the price of a platinum potion in the Iron and Steel Ridge was 500 gold coins, and the value of 1,000 platinum potions was 500,000 gold coins. Just as he was shocked by the platinum potion, a knight held another large box and handed it to Ma Shu. Ma Shu personally shouted out the name of the gift, 200 red dragon potions. Red dragon potions. List suddenly stood up and could no longer maintain his calm image. He swallowed hard and said, Ma Shu, the red and white rose family actually took out red dragon potions as a gift? Red dragon potions were made from the red and white rose family's red and white rose family. The magic amplification effect on the dragon was terrifying because it could also increase the dragon's supreme magic. It was a strategic material. Basically, red dragon potions were purchased by the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family. Occasionally, one or two were released, and the price was calculated in dragon coins. One dragon coin was equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. Red dragon potions were always priceless. Your Royal Highness, the red and white rose family is even richer than the platinum family. These gifts are worth nearly 5 million gold coins, but it is just a friendly gesture from the family to your Royal Highness. Ma Shu handed the box to the castle servant who didn't know what red dragon potions were. Seeing the shocked expression on List's face, he was very proud. Perhaps his own talent was not so good. As a member of the Dragon Knight Reserve Plan, riding a dragon was still far away, but he had his own confidence and strength. There was no other reason. The family was rich. They were used to throwing money at things they couldn't handle. In the past, the Grand Duke of Rose used money to knock out the princess of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, and then used money and family to knock out the king, and kept the status of the Red and White Rose family. Therefore, the son of the Red and White Rose family liked to do the most and was best at throwing money at people. The Red and White Rose family is willing to cultivate a closer friendship with the Flame family. With the wealth of the Red and White Rose family and the strength of the Flame family, this friendship will inevitably bloom bright light. Indeed, the wealth of the Red and White Rose family is amazing. List let out a breath. He had to admit that he was almost knocked out by the other party's money. Chapter 9:19. Are you satisfied with the gift from the Rose and White family? To answer this question, List responded enthusiastically, I am very satisfied. I will accept the friendship of the Rose and White family. List was certainly willing to make friends with such rich and generous friends. Receiving gifts was enough to make a fortune. The value of the gift from the Rose and White family was more than the annual output of the Flame Kingdom. It was unknown how much white paper, sea salt, and glass they had to sell in order to get a huge wealth of nearly 5 million gold coins. An ordinary marquis family couldn't get that much money even if they sold everything they had. So the two chatted enthusiastically for a full hour. Finally, List personally sent Ma Shu out of the castle gate as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Your Royal Highness, please stop. Ma Shu will go back to the embassy and have a rest. See you in the afternoon. List took Ma Shu's hand and shook it. Well, Ma Shu, go and have a rest first. You will hand over the diplomatic documents in the afternoon, and I will drink with you in the evening. Well, don't go home until you are drunk. When Ma Shu left, he looked at the grey iron dragon not far away from the Castle of Thorns. There was both pride and a sense of superiority in his heart. Although I was blessed by the glory of the night, my talent crushed all the young people in the 3 kingdoms, and I was able to ride 4 dragons. But in the end, he's still a poor country boy with a shabby appearance. He's already blinded by this little bit of wealth. Scratching a strand of hair at the corner of his eyebrows, Sui Xiong thought comfortably, but this feeling is not bad. My ancestors bought the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom with money, and now I'm buying the future Fire Kingdom with money. Doesn't this mean that the Red and White Rose family is secretly controlling the two kingdoms? The more he thought about it, the happier he was. So high. He felt that his life had reached its climax. He felt that his life had reached its peak. At the same time, in the study of the Castle of Thorns, List and his father Li William were touching a large number of priceless gifts. As expected of the Red and White Rose family. This wealth and courage almost made me lose my composure. List picked up the teacup and gulped down a mouthful of tea to calm himself down. Gems, magical metals, low-level dragons, and bug forage. Each of these 4 gifts was extravagant. However, the most extravagant gift was the 2 boxes filled with potions. There were 1,000 platinum potions and 200 red dragon potions. These were the 2 famous potions of the Red and White Rose family. They were worth millions of gold coins. If it were List, he wouldn't have given out so many valuable gifts. It was too extravagant. William took a deep breath to calm himself down. The Red and White Rose family is really generous. I've been through a lot, but I've never seen a gift like this. I feel like the hard work of a mid-level noble family for several generations can't even compare to a casual gift from these dragon-raising families. The Tulip family would never be able to come up with so much wealth. In fact, they would have to sell off their businesses to come up with 1/10 of their wealth. Father, there is a huge gap between the dragon-rearing families. Not every dragon-rearing family has the platinum potion and red dragon water. Besides, the gifts from King Osborne and King Helder are very common. The gift from the Red and White Rose family is different. That's right. Free food is more expensive than delicacies. The Grand Duchy of Rose is far away in the north of the Steel Ridge. It's hard to communicate with them. Why did Mashu send such a valuable gift? William didn't know much about the Red and White Rose family. He only heard that they were famous for their wealth. List took out a platinum potion and cast Eye of Magic. He carefully looked at the rich chaos magic in it and said, "Father, have you heard of the Steel Pearl, the most beautiful woman in the north?" "No." Marilyn Red-White Rose, Mashu's sister, daughter of Grand Duke Rose, niece of King Osborne. She is 15 years old and unmarried. Although Mashu didn't say it clearly, she hinted that he has a beautiful sister. If he marries her, he will get the support of the Red and White Rose family. The Red and White Rose family wants to marry you? William's breathing became rapid. Then what do you think? Do you have any plans to marry them? List put down the platinum potion in his hand. He had regained his usual calmness. Father, do you think I should marry them? William wanted to say, what are you hesitating for? Marry such a rich wife as soon as possible. However, he suddenly remembered that he had a daughter, a Chi-Roid's truth. On one side, there was endless wealth, and on the other side, there was endless magic. It was really difficult to choose. If I can marry the daughter of the Red and White Rose family, it will be a very good choice. Of course, a Chi is also a good girl that I can't let go of. You are the patriarch of the Flame family and the king of the Flame Kingdom. Marriage is up to you. I won't interfere. A Chi represented strength, and Marilyn represented wealth. William didn't want to make it difficult for himself to make a choice for List. Besides, he also knew that he couldn't make the decision for List. Not to mention that his second son had already separated from the family. Even if he hadn't, he wouldn't be able to change List's mind. However, he still said with a hint of worry on his face, List, there is one thing I hope you can think about. Once you become a king, you have to be responsible for all the people in the kingdom. And the most important duty of a king is to give birth to an heir for the kingdom to ensure the smooth continuation of the throne. He often saw a Chi, so how could he not know that a Chi was a siren? Therefore, in his heart, he hoped to persuade List. This also meant that when it came to the choice between Achi and Marilyn, he hoped that List would choose Marilyn. Although he hadn't seen Marilyn in person, the wealth of the Red and White Rose family had successfully knocked him out. List didn't immediately answer. He closed the 2 boxes of magic potions and put them into his space ring. He also put away the gems and magic metals. The officials would arrange for serfs to plant the red ghost pen and black tiger paw. The falconry dog would also be given to special breeders to raise. After finishing these things, he asked faintly, "Father, what do you think is the greatest power in the world?" William asked curiously, "What is it?" "It's the dragon." Without beating around the bush, List said directly, "With the dragon, you have everything. Because the dragon represents power, wealth cannot represent power. The Red and White Rose family seems to have the wealth to crush the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family, but they are still rootless trees. To put it bluntly, they are just puppets manipulated by the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family." Ma Shu, the heir of the Grand Duchess of Rose, was noble and glittering. However, List had long seen through her. The weakness of the Red and White Rose family was that their strength and wealth did not match. If he was just a poor boy, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by money. However, he was a dragon knight with 5 dragons. It was too easy for him to get rich. Just like this time, the Red and White Rose family came all the way to send money. The reason why the Red and White Rose family wants to unite by marriage is very simple. They have money, but they don't have a dragon to protect this money, so they hope to have a new backer, which is me. However, it is worth discussing whether the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family is really willing to share the wealth of the Red and White Rose family with me." William frowned and thought. List gave the answer directly, "You know, Ma Shu is the heir of the Red and White Rose family, but Marilyn is not. As long as the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family holds Ma Shu, it is equivalent to holding the purse of the Red and White Rose family, and also holding the wealth that I can get. So, Ma Shu as the leader of the emissary group, and the Red and White Rose family's attempt to unite by marriage are all manipulated by the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family? Who knows, maybe Osborne wants to use Marilyn to trap me, or maybe the Grand Duchess of Rose is eager to get rid of the shackles of the Platinum family. But these are not important. The important thing is that I have a dragon. Father, you may not know, but I recently rode a dragon." William stared at him. "Rode a dragon?" Chapter 920. Back in his room to rest, Lee Williams' mind was still buzzing from List's last words. "I recently rode a dragon. Although I have no money, I have dragons, I have 5 dragons. Their money is ultimately my money." These words continued to hover in his mind, making him inexplicably sigh with emotion. "That makes sense, I have nothing to say." Facing the wealth of the Red-White Rose family, he had little ability to resist, but he also knew that what List said was right. Controlling dragons was the basis for controlling wealth. The reason why the dragon-raising family was a top aristocratic family was that the dragons raised by the family could suppress a country. Despite knowing this, he still couldn't help but think, what a pity. The same thought also came to List himself. He saw through everything and understood the nature of strength and wealth, but everyone could understand the truth, but it was very difficult to really cut it off. There were 5 dragons in the Fire Kingdom, and the wealth needed to feed them was huge. The wealth of the Red-White Rose family could completely fill the void during the growth period. What a pity. The knight system is monogamous. Aristocrats can have countless lovers, but they can't have 2 wives. Otherwise, I could be like the ancient emperors of China and take Marilyn as an imperial concubine. Regardless of whether she was open or not, as long as she brought me money. His biggest misgivings about aristocratic young ladies was that the aristocratic atmosphere was open, and women had experienced who knows how many carnivals before marriage. Other aristocrats might not care, but List cared quite a lot. However, life was constantly growing in compromise. His cousin Meopal married Angela Sapphire, who had an abortion. They lived a happy life, and their son was born. According to the Taro family's secret magic identification, the child's bloodline was indeed inherited from the Taro family, and there was no possibility of a fraudulent substitution. But I can't let a Qi down in this life. It seems that if I want to get the wealth of the Red-White Rose family, I have to use other methods. Money can make people jealous. Mashu Red-White Rose, who was indulging in the peak of her life, didn't know that her bold action of smashing people with money had indeed knocked people unconscious, but the reaction after being knocked unconscious was completely different. He rested for a while at the embassy. In the afternoon, he happily participated in the exchange of diplomatic documents and chatted merrily with List at the banquet. List also treated him differently than the other emissaries. They were just short of becoming sworn brothers. This made the envoy of the Blast Furnace Kingdom and the negotiator of the Eagle Kingdom very jealous. In their eyes, this meant that List would side with the Steel Ridge Kingdom at any time. Once List sided with the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, the power structure in the northeast of the legendary continent would be broken. The strength of the Eagle Kingdom, which had lost a dragon in succession, was declining. It could only unite with the Blast Furnace Kingdom to fight against the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. However, with the addition of the Fire Kingdom, the strength of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom was bound to expand. Therefore, the envoys of the Blast Furnace Fort began to try their best to win over List, and the negotiation team of the Eagle no longer haggled over every ounce. After accompanying Mashu around Black Horse Island, List left Black Horse Island on the pretext that he had something to deal with and handed over the negotiations to his father, Li William. Li William took the opportunity to make a request. The Fire Kingdom is about to be established. We hope that the three kingdoms can immediately recognize the status of the Fire Kingdom. Mashu quickly responded, "Don't worry, Marquis Oxtail, the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family has recognized the establishment of the Fire Kingdom. As long as the Fire Kingdom is established, formal diplomatic relations will be established immediately. Thank you for your recognition, His Majesty Osborne. At the same time, we also hope to promote friendship with the Red and White Rose family. I feel very close to His Highness List. I believe that this friendship will bloom brightly." Li William smiled brightly. List also said that he and Her Highness Mashu hit it off at first sight. Mashu was the heir of the Grand Duchy, so she could be called Her Highness. In the face of the strong attitude of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, Bruce Silverhand thought for a moment and quickly responded, "I carry the attitude of His Majesty Helder. The royal family of Blast Furnace Castle will not oppose the establishment of the Fire Kingdom, and is willing to establish formal diplomatic relations. I hope that the two countries can trade with each other and communicate with each other. This is natural. The Fire Kingdom has a strong maritime trade power. Even if the Blast Furnace Fort is far away, they can still exchange and trade with each other. In this way, the attitude of the Iron and Blast Furnace Fort has been clear. Only the negotiation team of the Eagle Kingdom has not given a clear attitude." Seeing this, Li William secretly communicated with List, and his attitude gradually became tough. "Commander Alexander, if you can't represent the attitude of the Eagle royal family, then please go back." "Marquis Oxtail, what do you mean?" Alexander White Iron's face was a little ugly. "As the special envoy of the king, I naturally have the right to represent the attitude of the Eagle royal family. In this case, I will say it directly. His Highness the Dragon Knight is very angry with the Eagle Kingdom for not being able to reach a ransom agreement and not being willing to express their position to the Fire Kingdom. If the Eagle Kingdom still has the same attitude, then there is no need to talk anymore. We can just wait for the new dragon-slaying war. Does His Highness List want to start a new dragon-slaying war? Does he really think that the Eagle Kingdom is easy to bully? You can try. Anyway, the Fire Kingdom is poor and has nothing to worry about. If the Eagle Kingdom is willing to be the enemy, then we can only choose to deal with it by means of revenge." "You are threatening us?" Li William said in surprise. "It is a threat. Don't you understand this after living here for so many days? Alexander's face suddenly turned red, but he could not force out any tough words for a long time. After all, the Eagle Kingdom had been defeated twice in the dragon-slaying war. The Dragon Knight was killed and the dragon was lost. It was really impossible to be tough. Now that the Iron and Blast Furnace Fort had recognized the Fire Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom might really have to bear the third dragon-slaying war if they did not compromise. Once the Iron and Steel Ridge helped the Fire Kingdom to contain the Blast Furnace Fort, the Eagle Kingdom was very likely to suffer from List's revenge. Although the kingdom still had a few Dragon Knight and dragons, they needed to suppress the restless borders. Otherwise, the duchies and even the big families living in the cracks would not mind taking the opportunity to plunder the Eagle Kingdom. Even if another Dragon Knight died, it was very likely that the kingdom would have to cede territory and beg for mercy. So in desperation, Alexander could only take a step back. He exposed the bottom line of the Eagle Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom can recognize the Fire Kingdom, and is willing to pay a grain-type dragon elf less than 200 years old to redeem Duke Piero. At the same time, we will not interfere in the succession of the Duchy of Grey Iron, but the two countries must sign a friendship agreement and no more dragon-level wars. If you had decided this earlier, why waste so much time talking? Commander Alexander, the Dragon Knight Royal Highness is a peace-loving knight of justice. We only want to develop on the sea safely and steadily. The sea belongs to the Fire Kingdom. I hope the Eagle Kingdom will not cross the line next time. In the end, the negotiation results were officially signed. At the same time, the three kingdoms also announced their statements. The content was very simple. The three kingdoms all recognized the establishment of the Fire Kingdom and officially established diplomatic relations with the Fire Kingdom. There were no details, no legal restrictions, and no division of power. The statement only said that another kingdom-level player had joined the night game. As for the game rules, content, and results, it was up to the Fire Kingdom to fight for it. When the statement was announced, List returned to the Thorn Fort and received the envoys of the three kingdoms again as the king. He sat on the high seat and looked at the envoys calmly. The head of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom's envoys, Matthew Red White Rose, greets the Fire Kingdom's king. The head of the Blast Furnace Kingdom's envoys, Bruce Silverhand, greets the Fire Kingdom's king. The head of the Eagle Kingdom's envoys, Alexander White Iron, greets the Fire Kingdom's king. Chapter 921. The statement was released and the Kingdom of Fire was confirmed. The three emissaries began to bid farewell one after another. Mashu Rosette did not stay any longer, although he wanted to deepen his relationship with List. But as an emissary, he must convey the signed agreement to the King of the Iron and Steel Ridge as soon as possible. Of course, he still delayed for a day and chose to leave after the Blast Furnace Castle emissary and the Eagle negotiation group left. Before leaving, he once again chatted with List alone in the study. Finally, he took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to List. "This is?" List was a little puzzled. Why did he start giving gifts for no reason? Mashu explained with a smile, "My sister Marilyn admires your Royal Highness very much. She also admires your Royal Highness's Archmage Achilles, so she asked me to give you and Achilles a gift. It is said to be a gift from the sea." When the box was opened, two fish scale-shaped earrings shone with a blue brilliance. Without the magic eye, List could feel the abundant water magic contained in it. This was definitely a very rare and precious magic item. List took the box and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more he felt the gift was very precious. Is this a gift from the sea? Yes, it is called the Mermaid's Protection. It was a gift from a court magician of the Iron and Steel Ridge royal family when my sister was born. The great magician has passed away, but he left a story about this pair of earrings. It was unearthed from a relic in the sea. Relic in the sea? What kind of relic in the sea? It is a strange palace. It may have been built by some intelligent race in the sea in ancient times. However, among the many intelligent races in ancient times, only human beings were able to reproduce. Those non-human intelligent races have rarely appeared in front of the world. Ma Xiu smiled meaningfully. She was reminding List that she already knew a Qi's siren identity. But List did not pay attention to her wording. Instead, he instantly thought of the Temple of Fish Clown, where the statues of Fish Clown, Naga, and the mermaid were enshrined. From the neck of the mermaid statue, he found the magical item, the tear of the mermaid. In the end, relying on the miraculous power of the mermaid's tears, a Qi successfully came into contact with the weave and laid the foundation for her advancement to magic shooter. If this pair of mermaid's guard earrings had the same mystical power as the mermaid's tears, wouldn't it mean that it could help a great mage come into contact with the weave for a short period of time, ultimately advancing to become a high mage? Moreover, there were 2 earrings, and they didn't seem to be a whole. Perhaps they could help the 2 archmages advance. Thinking of this, he naturally put the box away. Since it's a gift from Miss Marilyn, I gladly accept it. I think my sister Qi will like it. It's good that His Excellency Achilles likes it. Ma Xiu smiled brightly. Seeing that List accepted the gift without hesitation, he felt that List had clearly understood his intentions. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss and hesitating for a moment. In that case, Ma Xiu left Black Horse Island with satisfaction. Almost as soon as Ma Xiu left, List followed. He rode the invisible dragon bard to Reed City and gave the mermaid's protection to a Qi. A Qi, come and look at this pair of earrings. Hey, brother, this pair of earrings gives a Qi a familiar feeling. She was surprised when she took the earrings. A Qi remembers, the magical aura they exude is the same as the mermaid's tears that a Qi used before. This is a special water attribute high magic, and it's probably the same material as the mermaid's tears. The same material, do you think it's the material of the mermaid? List began to think. The mermaid's tears could be the tears of the mermaid. Looking at the shape of the mermaid's protection, it might be the scales of the mermaid. As for whether the mermaid was a real creature, he thought it was very likely because there were too many legends that had been confirmed again and again. Even creatures like the weave dragon existed, so why couldn't the mermaid exist? I don't know, but the raw material with such magic power must be a very special existence. A Qi also hopes it's really a mermaid. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the mermaid is, it has declined. The most beloved spirit of the sea is only the siren. Hee, the sea loves a Qi the most. A Qi giggled in agreement, and then said, although this mermaid's protection is very magical, it won't be of much help to a Qi. At most, I'll be able to study its properties. Brother, you can use it to train new magic shooters. A Qi also felt that the mermaid's protection could be like the mermaid's tears, helping magicians to contact the weave. There's no need. List picked up the earrings and put the 2 scale-shaped azure earrings on a Qi's earlobes. This is a gift from a dragon-rearing family in a small country to please me. It looks very beautiful, so I accepted it. It suits you very well. A Qi waved her hand and condensed a mirror made of water. Does it look good, brother? Very good. Hee. After giving the mermaid's protection to a Qi, List didn't do anything else in the enchanting atmosphere. He quickly left Reed City and flew in the direction of Dragon Valley City. There was something very magical waiting for him to witness, the reward of the smoke mission. When the 3 big kingdoms recognized the Fire Kingdom, the smoke mission was also completed. Originally, the mission reward was Dragon's Aura in the Bones. However, after the mission was completed, the reward clearly pointed out what Dragon's Aura in the Bones was. Mission completed. Reward, a bone dragon. Bone dragon. The dragon's might in the bones was the dragon's might emitted by the bone dragon. And it just so happened that the official in charge of the mining in Dragon Valley City sent a message through the magic platform, they found many huge bones in the mines, possibly the bones of dragons. Dragon bones. Bone dragon. Dragon pit mines. Man-eating tree dragon spirits. A series of clues connected in his mind, allowing him to see a clear logic. In ancient times, 5 metal dragons fought here, and the dragon blood formed the 5 types of metal ores. Some of the dragons died, and that's why there are dragon bones in the metal ores. Metal dragons couldn't be resurrected like elemental dragons, but they were dragons after all, magical and incredible. So these bones combined and underwent some unknown change, reviving into a bone dragon. And the man-eating tree dragon spirit, Carly, felt the aura of the bone dragon and slowly evolved into a dragon spirit. What kind of dragon is a bone dragon? Why have I never heard of this kind of dragon, and Carly never mentioned it? The relationship between Carly and List had improved, and they gradually became closer. They talked about how it grew up. It was hard to describe. The little elf's memory before was muddled, and the big elf's memory was also vague. Most of it was the memory of monotonous life in the Dragon Pit Valley. It was just an ordinary man-eating tree. It grew up in a muddle, and then became enemies with the Moon Killer, and began to think of ways to take revenge on the Moon Killer. It had never seen a bone dragon, let alone touched any dragon bones. It only knew that there was an aura in the Dragon Pit Valley that it liked. After it evolved into a dragon spirit, it no longer had a special preference for that aura. Your Highness, these are the bones excavated from the mine. They have the aura of a dragon, and should be the remains of a metal dragon. We are still excavating, and the deeper we go, the more dragon bones we will find. The person in charge of the mine was the Iron Knight, Earl Bellows. He was very experienced in mining. List looked at the rotten, broken dragon bones, and felt the faint aura of a dragon. His eyes flickered. He was sure that if he dug deeper into the mine, he would dig out the bone dragon that was the reward of the smoke mission. He just didn't know what form the bone dragon existed in. A living creature? A dead thing? Chapter 922. Nickel, tell everyone to be on guard. The person behind these dragon bones is not simple. List did not know what kind of creature the bone dragon was, but this did not prevent him from excavating the bone dragon. When the time came, he would know whether the bone dragon was dead or alive. Of course, a certain degree of vigilance was necessary. After all, for the time being, it was not easy to determine how strong the bone dragon would be if it was alive. But no matter how strong it was only a dragon. Behind List stood the invisible dragon bard, a divine dragon that mastered the power of space. Dig down along the location of the dragon bones. After giving the order, List began to carefully examine the pile of dragon bones that had been dug out. He opened his eye of magic and could see the light of mana feedback attached to the dragon bones. It had already turned into a chaotic color, and it was not clear what kind of dragon these bones belonged to. He rode on the invisible dragon bard, circled around the pit where the dragon bones were excavated, and found a very strange phenomenon. It was not that there were metal mines in the original pit on the ground, but the entire dragon pit had metal mines. And the dragon bones were found at the junction of several metal mines. The black iron mine in the east, the bronze mine in the south, the mercury mine in the west, and the galena mine in the north. The dragon bones happened to be found at the junction of these 4 metal mines. Strange. Outside the valley, there was also a large titanium mine. There were some vague guesses in his mind, but none of them formed a good idea, so he could only put them aside for now. Then he called out the smoke mission. Mission: talent is like the golden sand in the water, it needs to be constantly fished and washed in order to find the precious golden sand from the mud, so talented people need to be constantly washed to finally determine their future. Please organize the Dragon Knight plan. Reward: a big elf. The reward of the new mission was a big elf, but List could not guess how the big elf would appear. At present, none of the little elves in the castle had abnormal conditions, so the possibility of evolution was not high. As for the elves in the wild, with the continuous expansion of the territory and the continuous recruitment of the moon's layers, the number of elves was also increasing, but there were very few little elves, and even fewer big elves. Fortunately, he did not care so much about 1 or 2 elves now. He just had to focus on the mission itself. Because I've been feeling that there aren't enough talents recently, the smoke mission has begun to change the fate of the young geniuses according to my ideas. For this mission, List had a clear understanding in his heart. It was stimulated by his own constant hints. From the looks of it, this was a quest that required a long period of time to be effective. The power of fate might not be able to find a qualified genius among the many children in the Fire Kingdom. That was why the Dragon Knight plan was needed to pave the way for the fate of the young geniuses to be more easily plucked. Then, how should we implement the Dragon Knight plan? If we want to take a shortcut, we can just copy the Dragon Knight plan from the 3 kingdoms. The Dragon Knight selection plans of the 3 kingdoms were similar, which was to select talented knight candidates from the Dragon Knight class. 16 years old, which was the Sky Knight at adulthood, could be selected as a Dragon Knight candidate. These 16-year-old Sky Knights could be children of great nobles, or they could be orphans raised by great nobles. The nobles who sent Dragon Knight candidates to the royal family would be rewarded handsomely. Once a Dragon Knight candidate becomes a Dragon Knight, it would be rewarded to the nobles. That was why cultivating Dragon Knight candidates was a very profitable business. Many nobles whose children were not talented would choose orphans to cultivate in order to find talented knight. Some small nobles who found good seedlings would not hesitate to cultivate them in exchange for the royal family's reward. This kind of selection method was not bad. At least it guaranteed the interests of the great nobles while also providing fresh blood for the kingdom. However, the core noble class was fixed. Great nobles were great nobles. Commoners and even small nobles could not really rely on the Dragon Knight plan to become great nobles. The most important thing is that I don't even have many knight candidates. He felt a little awkward. Without knight, how could he rely on the knight class to send Dragon Knight candidates? That is why I still need to set up a school system, popularize knight training courses, and spread the net to increase the mobility of the classes. This method was not advisable in the old kingdoms. The great nobles would definitely resist it, but there would be no resistance in the Fire Kingdom. List was an autocratic king whose words carried enormous weight. No one dared to disobey his decree. Moreover, there was a huge vacancy in the noble class in the kingdom that needed to be filled. I'll have Gort and the others come up with an outline first. I'll revise it and start organizing the Dragon Knight plan. Not long after he stayed in Dragon Valley City, the metal mine began to change. The Moonkiller serfs who dug the mine didn't know what was underground. While they were digging, they suddenly felt a vibration coming from the bottom of the mine. Keep digging. I'll personally guard it. Don't be afraid. List rode the invisible dragon and stared at the mine. He could also feel the vibrations, like steam hitting the lid of a pot. Under the supervision of the knight, although the serfs were worried about the vibration under their feet, they still took pickaxes, hammers, and other equipment and hammered the high-quality metal ore. 3 days later, the excavated metal ore was quickly transported to a nearby warehouse and piled up. The dragon bones were picked out and piled up nearby. List clearly felt that the chaos magic power of these dragon bones was much stronger than that of the dragon bones attached to the shallow mine, and the degree of decay was much less. It's not the dragon bones of a dragon. These two should be forelimb bones. The difference in size is more than double. He was not a biologist, but he had been in contact with dragons for a long time and had a clear understanding of the dragon's body proportions. Therefore, he was also very clear about the size of the dragon's bones. The size of the lead dragon and mercury dragon is unknown, but these two forelimb bones are quite consistent with the size of the bronze dragon and the black iron dragon. The 4th day. Achi also rushed over. As a magic shooter, Achi's research on dragons was more professional than List's. She could clearly distinguish many species among the dragon bones. Unfortunately, there was no information on the titanium dragon, lead dragon, and mercury dragon, so it was impossible to completely distinguish all the dragon bones. At this time, List suggested, "Achi, can you try to put these dragon bones into their original shape?" Achi can try. The next 2 days of digging out more dragon bones. Achi classified these dragon bones and put them together according to the size ratio of the dragon bones. But soon she found a strange phenomenon. "Brother, look at these dragon bones. The dragon bones of each dragon are very clearly missing. This suspected bronze dragon is missing the sternum and half of the spine. This suspected black iron dragon is missing the wing bone and the tail bone. These 3 dragons are missing the forelimb bones, the hind limb bones, the skull, the neck bone, half of the spine, and the plate armor. Has this part of the bone not been unearthed yet? It doesn't look like it, because the other parts of the dragon bones are also missing, but there will be some broken bones, but these missing parts don't even have broken bones." List nodded and said his speculation, "The metal pit is shaking more and more, and the missing parts of the dragon bones can be combined into a new dragon. Achi, it is likely that there is a bone dragon formed from the remains of a metal dragon at the bottom of the dragon pit. What kind of existence do you think this bone dragon is? Brother, will there really be a bone dragon? Of course, I have already felt the dragon's might of the bone dragon and its exuberant vitality. It is at the bottom of the pit, waiting to be ridden," List said shamelessly. In fact, if it weren't for the smoke mission, he wouldn't have thought of such a thing as a bone dragon. Chapter 923. As they dug deeper, the location of the tremors became clearer, and the serfs continued to dig along with the tremors. Although they were terrified by the tremors, they were relieved to see List and Achi guarding the edge of the pit. After all, these two were the great Seiki. There was also the great Big-Lized beside them. There is magic seeping up from the ground. This bone dragon is struggling. Its magic is very strange. It seems to be some kind of strange blue magic, but it is different from water and ice magic. List rode on the back of the invisible dragon bard and used the crystal white orbit to observe the characteristics of the magic on the ground. At this time, the metal ore layer in the pit could no longer stand firmly, and the serfs evacuated. A group of ancient mages gathered together and bombarded the pit with spells. Together with the tremors, they bombarded the ore layer with dense cracks. The steaming magic became denser and denser, and List finally figured out what this magic was. Achi, this magic is similar to that of a lich, and it is related to the soul. I have seen it on the Marquis Bull before. However, the blue magic emitted by this bone dragon is of a higher level. After the Marquis Bull transformed into a lich, the blue magic shrouded under his armor was still of a lower level. However, the blue magic leaking from the bone dragon was of a higher level. Maybe the bone dragon is also a special mutated creature related to the soul. Brother, Achi found no dragon teeth in all the dragon bones. According to the relevant records, the soul of a dragon is hidden in the dragon teeth. Maybe this bone dragon was formed by the soul of all the dragon teeth. That's possible. List immediately ordered the ancient mages, "Continue bombarding, don't stop." The ancient mages consumed a lot of magic every time they cast a spell, but they did not dare to disobey Seiki's order. They could only muster up their energy to communicate with the magic and release the most powerful magic they could. Boom boom boom. The metal ore in the pit was bombarded and splashed everywhere. The underground tremors also became more violent. Finally, after another round of concentrated magic fire, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the underground ore layer. When the magic light dissipated, a fierce dragon might rushed out of the pit, and the ancient mages were the first to bear the brunt of the dragon might. And in List's crystal white trajectory, he clearly saw a bone claw made of blue magic power extending out of the fissure. Ancient sorcerers, retreat. He ordered the ancient sorcerers to retreat and exchanged a look with a Qi. Both of them were fully alert. Creak! Creak! The bone claw forcibly lifted up and grabbed onto the protruding part of the pit, forcefully dragging its body that was still buried underground. With an ear-piercing sound of friction, the crack became wider and wider. List did not interfere during the entire process, allowing the bone dragon to struggle and crawl out on its own. In a flash, a dragon head and wings stretched out. In addition to the slender bones on the wings, there was also cartilage stuck between the bones, which had many large holes like rags. There was no material connection between these bones, only a rich blue magic supporting the movement of the bones. It outlined a ferocious and mysterious image. The magic power on the dragon head was even more vigorous, and it had 4 dragon horns, 2 thick dragon horns that looked like bull horns, and 2 small dragon horns that looked like ram horns. The long and narrow dragon mouth bones were distributed with dragon teeth of different sizes. The magic light that bloomed from each dragon tooth was like a small sun, and when combined together, it was a bright ball of magic light. Roar! A strange dragon roar came from the mouth of the ancient dragon. Not only was there a hoarse sound like friction in the ears, but also a rhythm that seemed to ring in the hearts of the people. This ancient dragon had no eyes, only 2 blue flames that burned slowly. It roared and struggled, dragging more and more of its body out of the fissure. After a full half an hour, the bone dragon finally completely climbed out and stood in the big pit, quietly with its head lowered, as if it was recovering the energy consumed during the struggle, blue magic flashing. Its wingspan is close to 60 meters, and its body length is close to 65 meters. This should be a special bone dragon based on the skeleton of the Blackheart Iron Dragon. A Qi held the 8 dragons' divine sword in her hand, ready to attack at any time. List stared at the place where the bone dragon's neck and body were connected, which should have been where the Dragon Fang platform was. The magic at the Dragon Fang platform is very bright, and there are rays of magic light connecting the dragon teeth. This should be the secret between the dragon teeth and the Dragon Fang platform, the soul connection. Brother, what do we do now? Wait, let's see how it reacts next. I don't know if we can communicate, let me talk to it first. List looked at the motionless bone dragon, eager to move. No matter what dragon it was, he would ride it first. But strangely, when List threw a bowl over, the bone dragon did not react. When he threw a bag of jade, the bone dragon did not react. When he threw a large piece of World of Warcraft meat, the bone dragon still did not react. He had barred roar at the bone dragon, but the bone dragon still did not react. What's going on? For an entire half an hour, the skeletal dragon stood quietly in the metal mine without any movement. It was as if it did not see List, a Qi, and Bard, as well as the knight and serfs around it who were pointing at it. The blue flames in the dragon's eyes burned slowly, but he did not feel the gaze of a lich. Back then, Marquis Bull's blue flames gave people a strong feeling of being watched. A Qi. List decided not to wait any longer. Help me guard it, I'm going to try riding it. Brother, don't worry, a Qi is always ready. The next moment, List leaped from Bard's back and jumped directly onto the bone above the bone dragon's neck. The bone dragon did not react, allowing List to find the 2 flat bones that should have been the Dragon Fang platform. Then he dawdled, changed into a comfortable position, and sat on the flat bone. In the blink of an eye, List felt that his soul was connected to the bone dragon, but he did not enter the battle of the soul. Instead, he replaced the bone dragon's consciousness and began to dominate this terrifying, ferocious, mysterious, and strange bone dragon. This bone dragon doesn't have any thoughts or consciousness, nor does it have a spiritual world exclusive to a dragon. It's like a walking corpse, and its mind is blank like a painting. And I can easily control everything about it and manipulate it to carry out any action. His mind turned. He controlled the bone dragon to move. First, he shook his bone forelimbs, then his bone hind limbs, and finally his bone wings. Then he turned the bone dragon's neck and tried to use the bone dragon's vision to see the world. After the field of vision switched, it became very special, and what he saw was a dark world. There was no sunlight, only a dim outline of the sun. When the light shone on its body, List felt a slight burning pain. The earth and trees were also dim, and even their shapes were somewhat distorted. Only the humans around the pit were the brightest, but they existed in a special transparent white outline. He saw the outline of a chi, which was almost as bright as a 100-watt incandescent lamp. He also saw the outline of Bard, which was about as bright as a chi, but appeared brighter because of his size. The other knight's light was dimmer, and the serf's light was even dimmer. He turned his head again, tried to look at the light on his body, and found that the light on his body was similar to a chi's, not different from ordinary people's. This transparent outline, what does the depth of color mean? Chapter 924. Riding the bone dragon, List slowly climbed out of the metal pit. The surrounding knight and serfs hurriedly retreated outside. List issued a new order: Count Nickel, continue to organize the miners to excavate. Strive to excavate all the dragon bones buried underground, not a single fragment missing. Yes, Your Highness. Nickel Bellows responded, full of admiration. He felt that this world-shaking bone dragon was too inconceivable. However, what was even more inconceivable was the Sir Lord he followed. When the Sapphire family gifted the Bellows family, which was the inheritance of the Iron Knight, to List, Nickel had not complained. The family had forged equipment for the Sapphire family for generations, yet when it was time to discard them, they didn't even say a word and directly treated them as goods. Now, Nickel was very grateful to Sapphire Grand Duke. If it wasn't for Sapphire Grand Duke sending the Bellows family to List, how could he have witnessed so many miracles and obtained a bright and brilliant future? His Highness is really a son of glory, no, a secular embodiment of a knight's glory. He sighed inwardly. In a short period of time, dragons had gathered under his lord's command. It was even faster than greater aristocrats obtaining greater sprites. Today, while digging, he had casually dug out a bone dragon. Moreover, the bone dragon didn't resist in the slightest, allowing the Sir Lord to easily ride it. It was as if it had been waiting for the Sir Lord. Watching the bone dragon slowly walk out of the pit, Nickel withdrew his gaze from the stalwart figure and couldn't help but cheer up, shouting, "Therefore, knight, keep your spirits up and immediately carry out the task assigned by His Highness. Organize the miners to continue mining and excavate the dragon bone fragments." Under the knight's organization, the chaotic excavation site became orderly once again, with everyone performing their duties. This organizational strength was all thanks to List. As an ordinary person before his transmigration, List could not be said to be a qualified aristocratic lord. However, the biggest change brought about by his management of the fief was the general warfare strategy. Starting from the Flower Town, under his willful command, all officials and commoners repeatedly participated in the so-called general warfare of various styles. It was either a logging battle, a cleaning battle, a road repair battle, or a spring plowing battle. The experience of each major battle allowed the territory's officials to quickly grow and develop considerable organizational skills. After the development of Black Horse Island, various major battles occurred frequently. Knight, officials, and civilians all rapidly improved the level of organization. As a result, the combat power of developing the Flame Archipelago was created. A large number of former low-level officials were now in charge of the project. The Flame Being was relying on its organizational abilities to tame the Moon Killers bit by bit, completing its complete control over the Flaming Island. Patter. The rattan was raised and fell on a lazy Moonkiller serf. A clerk holding a pen and paper shouted, "Serial number 699-516-999, Ala Duyang, June 14, 3 p.m., slacking off at the Dragon Pit Mine, deducting 1 work point." After saying that, he found Ala Duyang's name in the notebook and carefully noted down the time, place, and event. The work point system was a means that List came up with. Every serf had a minimum of 10 work points every day. Work points would be deducted if they made a mistake, and work points would be rewarded if they worked hard. After the end of the month, materials would be distributed according to the number of work points accumulated by the serfs. Basically, a Moonkiller serf could get 15 work points a day, 450 work points a month, if he worked hard, didn't slack off, and didn't fight. In exchange for enough food to feed 2 children, if both husband and wife worked hard, it would not be a problem to feed 4 children. The Moonkiller people liked to have children, but the rate of premature death of children living in the forest was too high. Since they migrated out of the forest, the rate of premature death could be controlled to less than 20%. It had to be said. Although List adopted an unfair policy to treat the Moonkiller serfs, at least he did a good job in ensuring the lives of the Moonkiller serfs. Compared to the European and American colonists on Earth who carried out genocide against the African slaves and the indigenous Indians, List was more humanitarian. The Moonkiller serf named Ala Duyang was hit by the rattan and felt a burning pain in his back. Another work point was deducted, and he was doomed to not get today's work points. His mouth was swearing, but he did not dare to resist the clerical clerk. Under the resentful eyes of the entire production team, he could only lower his head and continue to work, not daring to slack off. The work point system had a production team. If a production team had several thorns and refused to mend their ways, it would implicate the serfs of the entire production team and deduct a certain amount of work points. Therefore, the serfs would supervise each other. Whoever affected everyone's work points would inevitably be boycotted, and even beaten up in private. Riding the bone dragon to a quiet area, List was ready to slowly study this different dragon. He originally wanted to try to fly, but the bone dragon flapped its wings, but it could not raise any wind, and could only stumble on the ground. It feels a bit useless, it doesn't even have the ability to breathe. Shaking his head, he jumped off the back of the bone dragon. Try to see if you can ride the bone dragon. This bone dragon is obviously just a body without consciousness, maybe you can ride it. Chi nodded. She really wanted to try riding a dragon. Because mages did not cultivate their own magic, they mainly absorbed the free magic in the air or the magic of the magic net. Therefore, they could not have a mind connection with the dragon and were doomed to not be able to ride a dragon. However, this special bone dragon might have a different experience. Unfortunately, to the disappointment of both Chi and List, Chi could not inject her consciousness into the body even if she rode on the dragon tooth platform. She could not control the bone dragon. Brother, Chi is so sad. Don't be sad, it's just a bone dragon. After all, dragons belong to the knight cultivation system, while you belong to the mage cultivation system. List rubbed Chi's hair and hurriedly comforted the little siren. Besides, although you can't ride it, you can study it. Chi was happy again. Chi likes to study dragons. I can help brother master it as soon as possible. The nature of the existence of the bone dragon needed Chi to study it. List did not have the energy and brain power to do so. He preferred to think about the value of the bone dragon. First of all, the bone dragon's vision seemed to be able to see the soul of a living creature and understand the strength of the soul at a glance, which should be very useful. Even because it was a creature of the dead and involved the soul, it was likely to be similar to the ghost ship made by Curtis Truth. Curtis hoped to rely on the ghost ship to go to the land of exile and find the soul of her loved one, Annette Sapphire. List felt that he might be able to rely on the bone dragon to go to the land of exile, find the fairy dragon, and contract it to gain eternal life. Secondly, the bone dragon was so easy to control, it might become a teaching tool for dragon riding. Let the dragon knight choose to ride the bone dragon to adapt to the feeling of the spiritual battle in advance. Thinking of this. Chapter 925. Emily arrived quickly because she had recently changed her mount. List had given her his mount from when he was young, a mid-level wind-type dragon, Chocobo Loki. The development of Inferno Island was expanding. Firewood City, Jade City, Dragon Valley City, Reed City, and Estuary City were being built at the same time. However, the distance between the cities was very far. The closest city, Firewood City, was more than 300 kilometers from Dragon Valley City, equivalent to the distance between Shanghai and Nanjing. Communicating by horse was a waste of time, especially for a follower like Emily who was highly valued by List. She often had to take on multiple duties and travel between different cities. It was necessary to change to a good mount. Of course, Emily was the only one who enjoyed such treatment at the moment. Your Highness. You're here, Emily. List sized up the girl who was 1.7 meters tall and no longer flat. Her breasts and buttocks were starting to perk up. I recently obtained a special dragon, a bone dragon. It's very interesting, but it doesn't have its own consciousness. You can try riding it. He pointed at the huge creature that was standing still with its head lowered as if in deep thought. The bone dragon had a wingspan of 60 meters and a body length of 65 meters. Its entire body flickered with a ghostly blue light. Its dragon teeth were like glowing suns, and its eyes were two balls of blue fire. Sunlight shone directly on the bone dragon, making List feel a burning sensation when he rode it. However, it was just a feeling. The sunlight had no special effect on the bone dragon. Unlike vampires, sunlight would greatly suppress their strength, because the bone dragon's mana was classified as supreme or high magic. The ghostly blue mana at the joints was chaotic supreme magic, and the ghostly blue mana that leaked out was chaotic high magic. Your Highness, is it appropriate for me to ride this bone dragon? Emily was confused. List had always told her to prepare to ride the emerald dragon Ethan. Don't worry. The bone dragon is different from normal dragons. It's like a piece of equipment. I let you feel it to increase your proficiency and success rate when riding it. I hope you can become Ethan's knight, but it's very risky to fail. You need to be better prepared. Emily understands. Nodding her head, Emily no longer hesitated. She took to the air and jumped onto the back of the bone dragon, finding the location of the Dragon Fong platform under List's guidance. Taking a deep breath, the girl suppressed her excitement. Glancing at List, she slowly sat down on the dragon tooth platform. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling welled up in her heart, causing her to experience a very wonderful illusion. At this moment, she felt that she was still Emily, but at the same time, she had a body made of bones. It was as if she had become the bone dragon under her but, with two bodies and one mind. Experience this feeling carefully. Although it's not as intense as riding a dragon, it will help you get used to this wonderful yet awkward feeling. Hearing List's voice, Emily quickly calmed down and began to control the bone dragon with her mind. At first, it stumbled when it moved, but as it became more and more familiar with this feeling, the bone dragon's movements also began to become smoother. Half an hour later, she could already control the bone dragon to run. She also tried to fly, but to no avail. Woo! The invisible dragon flew over from afar, carrying List and activating the crystal white orbit, carefully sizing up the bone dragon under Emily's control. Achi also cast the super spell Magic Eye, carefully observing the information revealed by the bone dragon. Emily, who had ridden the bone dragon, did not learn the secret of the dragon's fighting aura. The bone dragon was not a dragon in the ordinary sense, and could not train together with a knight. Therefore, Emily still had to slowly take potions to train in high-level fighting aura. But she was, after all, talented. Not long after she advanced to a Sky Knight, her battle prowess had already surpassed that of an ordinary Sky Knight, and was about to reach the strength of a sacred swordsman. She had a natural sensitivity to battle, and her body's adaptability to fighting aura was also very outstanding. Taking a potion was equivalent to taking several potions for other Sky Knights. In addition, List also secretly taught her the fighting aura secret skill Aura Decay, so that she could use potions more sparingly. So far, apart from the secret skill Magic Eye, which must be kept a secret, List no longer cared about other fighting aura secret skills. Fighting aura secret skills were very precious for a Sky Knight, but for a Dragon Knight, they were not very useful. He could teach them to people close to him at will. Also, he was ready to wait for his father Lee William's birthday this year, and teach him the fighting aura secret skill as a gift to help Lee William advance to a domain knight. Perhaps the relationship between father and son was somewhat fake, but after all, they were related by blood. In the process of the Fire Kingdom's founding, Lee William played a very important role, and almost all diplomatic affairs were handled by Marquis Oxtail. This year, I will give the Marquis the fighting aura secret skill, and after the founding of the kingdom, he will be conferred the title of Duke. With the second largest island of the Fire Islands, Tulip Island, as a fief. This life's kinship can be repaid, and I can inherit the karma of my predecessor. When he first came to this world, he wanted to cut himself off from the Tulip family, but it was not easy. In the end, he still accepted the family's kinship. Now that he was a 5-dragon knight and the Fire King, he did not mind, when one man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs follow him. Not only would he let the Tulip family enjoy wealth and status, he would also take care of the Taro family. Aunt Melinda's Pine Cone family, Sister Elvira's Basil family, he would do his best to support them. Also, those elders who followed him would also enjoy glory and wealth. The practice of, once the cunning hare is dead, the hound is cooked, and when the birds are dead, the good bough is hidden, would not exist. With the continuous inheritance of the 5-dragon, the Fire family would stand at the top of the knight system for at least a few hundred or 1,000 years, enjoying the fun of the game. Just like the Platinum family of the Steel Ridge, the Golden Crown family of the Blast Furnace Castle, and the Moonlight Silver and White Iron families of the Eagle family. After a few hundred or 1,000 years of inheritance, generation after generation of descendants would enjoy the highest level of power. As long as the dragons did not die, the family would not fall from the throne. Even if the old dragons died, as long as there were new dragons to replace them, the family could still continue the game. It was said that the Shining Empire on the other side of the continent had lasted for more than 2,000 years. The dragon-raising family that ruled this empire was still passed down and had never declined. After all, this world was different from the ancient China on Earth. Dragons were the guarantee of status, not the people's hearts. Your Highness, I have already familiarized myself with the feeling of riding a dragon. Reed Avenue is still under construction, and the mammoth orders of chivalry cannot leave my command. Please allow me to return to work on the mammoth orders of chivalry. After a day of riding a dragon, Emily decisively said her goodbyes. She could see that List and Achi had a lot of research work to do. That's good. Go do what you need to do. List did not ask Emily to stay, but he thought for a moment and said, the Fire Kingdom is about to be established. I will be too busy riding a dragon alone. You have to grow quickly and help me share the burden of a dragon. Here are 100 platinum potions, take them and use them. Platinum potions, 500 gold coins each. This was the price in the Steel Ridge Kingdom. In the Sapphire Kingdom, it would sell for at least 700 to 800 gold coins each. Emily took the platinum potions and did not refuse. She just nodded her head, yes. Chapter 926. After Emily left, List and Achi seized the time to study the bone dragon. They obtained a lot of valuable information, but they did not form a systematic proof of the nature of the bone dragon's existence. Unfortunately, Curtis Truth left behind too few records on liches and ghost ships. We still lack basic research on the soul. It's not good to expose the orichalcum for now, and we can't give Andre to Sapphire Grand Duke in exchange for information on the Lord of the Dragon domain and liches. Achi nodded. Brother, although there's not much information, we've basically figured out how to control the bone dragon. The bone dragon has some of the characteristics of an elemental dragon. If we have to sum it up, it should be a soul element. Brother can control it according to Leo's method of possession. Leo could transform into a magical form and attach it to List's body. List also planned to find an opportunity for Leo to train in a new skill. He tried to have Leo use his magical form to condense a set of flame armor on the surface of his body. Just like the flame-shaped armor Chi saw with the Scepter of Time. Now that they had the bone dragon, the supreme magic of the bone dragon had been studied. It actually had the characteristics of an elemental dragon. It was clearly a special undead creature formed by the entanglement of the bones and the soul of a metal dragon, but it unexpectedly obtained a magical form similar to an elemental dragon. This might be the best proof of the triangular theory of matter magic spirit. I'll try to control it. Achi, if you're in a hurry to return to Reed City to study the magic teleportation circle, let Bard send you back first. After we sell Andre to Sapphire Grand Duke and get the information on the Lich and the Lord of the Dragon Domain, we'll study this bone dragon systematically. List said. He temporarily saw the bone dragon as a dragon-riding model machine. He could use the bone dragon to train a dragon knight, and he could also use the bone dragon to experiment with new skills. Achi left on the invisible dragon, while he continued to explore the bone dragon. I'm connected to Leo's mind, and I know how it transforms from a flesh and blood body to a magical form. What it lacks now is proficiency. Leo's transformation was an innate ability, but List had to use his mind to communicate with the bone dragon's supreme magic of chaos, fusing his body with the supreme magic to develop a magical form. It was still difficult to control such a huge bone dragon with one's mind. Like a cart with little horses. However, when the cart started moving smoothly, the pony was able to pull it along. Therefore, for the next half a month in June, List worked hard to control the bone dragon and did not participate much in the development of the territory. All he did was show up when he trained with the dragon and formed a contract with a new elf. After that, he became a hands-off boss. The dragon-slaying war ended in April. The negotiations between the three countries in May were completed. June was relatively peaceful. The news of the copper dragon being ridden was kept a secret, and there seemed to be no movement from the Eagle Kingdom. Andre was also not affected by the curse, and was raised like a pig in the prison attached to Firewood Castle, eating, drinking, and sleeping. The situation in the four great kingdoms had stabilized. For List, the biggest surprise in June, apart from the bone dragon, was the reward of the smoke mission. After the announcement of the brand new Dragon Knight plan, which was exclusive to the Fire Kingdom and used schools as a method of promotion, was announced, the smoke mission was completed. Mission completed. Reward, 1 corn sprite. Yes, it was the corn sprite that List had before, Mickey, who had evolved. One day, after List had lunch and was ready to read the new night novel, Mickey, who had moved to Firewood Castle, suddenly flew over to find him, who was scratching the cover, and took out a handful of corn kernels. Then, in front of List, it counted the kernels one by one, Jianghu. Jianghu. Jianghu, although it called out the same, the meaning was very clear, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 11. From 1 to 11, it counted very clearly. Well done, Mickey. List was generous with his praise. In the next few days, Mickey was sometimes excited, and sometimes depressed, which made List very nervous for a while, afraid that its evolution would fail. Therefore, even the new smoke mission was a little distracted. Mission, you have discovered the special function of the bone dragon, but there is always some disconnect when you control it independently. Perhaps you should find a way to solve this problem. One person's spiritual power is limited, so it is better to try the spiritual power of two people. Please complete the complete control of the bone dragon. Reward, Gem Crown. Fortunately, Mickey eventually evolved successfully and became a beautiful corn sprite. Its personality was not as distinct as Ella's, and it seemed somewhat peaceful. But it was still very smart, and its interest in counting was not reduced, but it was no longer limited to corn kernels. 1, 2, 3, 4. List, there are 26 sprites living in the castle. It mastered the language very quickly. Because it was taught by the castle servants when it was still a sprite, it already knew a lot of Serpentine, which was the official language of the Fire Kingdom. Great, congratulations, you got it right. So, Mickey, how many sprite worms are there in the castle? List asked it a new question. At present, sprites mainly lived in Thorn's Castle and Firewood Castle. Mickey counted Firewood Castle, which had 26 sprites, but the number of sprite worms exceeded 200. Mickey began to count seriously. 1, 2, 3, 4. 49, 50, 37, 38. 49, 50, 21, 22. Oh, List, my mind is in a mess, I can't count. After repeating the count for the 5th time, Mickey finally understood a fact. Even though its counting ability had improved by leaps and bounds, it was still unable to count numbers above 50. Therefore, you have to practice more. When you can count from 1 to 100, I will teach you more profound mathematics, not only basic addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. While speaking, List pulled out a piece of white paper from the desk, on which was drawn a stair-like table. There is also the 9 by 9 multiplication table. Yes, I will count seriously. After seeing the form, Mickey's eyes shone. After expressing his confidence, he returned to the sprite house and busily counted the colorful sprite worms in front of him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 49, 50, 44, 45, shaking its head. List was a little amused. I don't know if Mickey can trigger the evolution of the dragon sprite when he counts to 100, but at present, it and Ella and the other great sprites are not interested in the 5-headed dragon that I have. At present, only the Phoenix Parasol Tree Great Sprite Ani was deeply in love with the little fire dragon Leo, the Pea Great Sprite Ash was deeply in love with the grey-mouthed iron dragon On. It is still far from it. Suddenly, a crisp voice interrupted List's fantasy. It was the man-eating tree dragon sprite Callie. Instead of flying, it wore shoes and walked like a human. It was no longer naked and chose to wear a small frack abby, dressing itself up as a handsome young aristocrat. With a height of 1 meter, a pale yellow face, and a leaf on its head, it added a hint of playfulness to its handsomeness. Callie raised its head and showed a proud expression. List, I have developed the important value of the man-eating tree and found a magic ingredient variant. Now you know my importance. It waved its hand. A green light was projected into the flower pot on the balcony, and then an emerald green sapling forcibly occupied the ornamental plants in the pot and grew into a half-meter tall man-eating tree. Chapter 927. He had contracted the cannibal tree dragon elf Carly for a long time, and the cannibal tree plantation was also established in Fireforge City, but the function of the cannibal tree had never been found. This tree did not produce food, nor did it look good. At most, the quality of the wood was good, but the trunk was too thin. So Carly's previous identity as a dragon elf was of little value. It seemed very magical, a dragon elf that could only be bred by a dragon-raising family. But its value was probably reflected in its ability to chat with List. Although it was a cannibal tree, it could only catch civilians to eat. It was not reliable to deal with a knight or an ancient magician, and it could only move under Carly's control. Although he didn't say it clearly, Carly could feel her awkward position and the regret in List's heart for her. So she took a deep breath, brought a group of cannibal trees out several times, and finally found a mutated species of cannibal tree, the ogre tree. This was the name List gave to the new species after looking at the cannibal tree potion variety. The chaos quality potion's concentration was not high, but considering that the whole plant could be extracted, the production should not be too bad. Carly, I never thought you were not important. You are my first dragon elf, and you have a very important place in my heart, List said seductively. Hearing this, Carly straightened her chest. Humph. Although it seemed dismissive, it actually cared about List's opinion. After all, with the power of the contract, it subtly made List have a good impression. Then next, please help the serfs in the plantation to plant more ogre trees. Don't worry, leave it to me. Carly nodded and said proudly, and I will continue to look for more varieties of ogre trees, as well as ogre trees with auxiliary properties. Cannibal trees are very common in the forest, and there must be countless mutated species. I will find them for you. Of course, that's good, but you have to be careful, the outside world is very dangerous. I'm not afraid, I can burrow underground, no matter what World of Warcraft I encounter, those Moonkiller can only be killed by me. Carly's tone was very fierce. As expected of a dragon elf who had once slaughtered a large Moonslayer tribe, she had a valiant temperament. I know that you are very powerful. Well, if you encounter the Moonkiller people outside, try not to kill them if you can. After all, they will be my serfs in the future, farming the land and making items for me. Humph. Carly crossed her arms in front of her chest, turned around, and left, rejecting List's words. If it encountered a Moonslayer who came looking for trouble, it would not be polite and kill those who deserved to be killed. Seeing this, List could only helplessly express that he would slowly train him in the future. And there was another thought in his mind, it seems that Ella can't migrate to Firewood Castle for the time being. Her bad temper meets Carly's fierceness, and they might fight on the spot, but, List suddenly had another burst of inspiration. As the saying goes, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Ella was a different kind of elf. Every time it evolved, it was derived from the oppression of fate, and finally broke the shackles to complete transcendence. Would it be possible to speed up Ella's development by letting Carly stimulate her? We can give it a try. At this moment, far away in Thorn Castle, Ella, who was patrolling the territory, suddenly shivered. Wow. It was a little strange. It seemed to have felt something bad just now. But the feeling was just a flash, and it didn't care anymore. With his hands behind his back, he slowly circled around Thorn Castle before returning to the insectoid room and yelling at the chirping elves, "All of you, be quiet and go to sleep." Instantly, the worm room area of Thorn Castle quieted down. This made Ella feel very accomplished, but soon it was depressed again. A lot of elves have been sent away, and List hasn't come back for several days. Wow, Ella doesn't like it here. Mickey's evolution allowed the scale of corn cultivation to expand rapidly. Carly found the magic potion and increased the planting of cannibal trees unprecedentedly. And List gradually completed the exploration of the bone dragon's magic form. He could already control the bone dragon and fuse with the supreme magic to change its form. However, the difficulty of changing the form was very high, and the completion was not enough. Bone dragon. Transform. He was trying again at the moment. The bone dragon let out a roar, and the blue light on its body bloomed, quickly enveloping all the dragon bones. Then the whole bone dragon shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually turned into a skeleton more than 3 meters high, surrounding List in it. The skeleton vaguely formed a human shape, like a set of bloated armor, with crisscrossed bones, but it was very inconvenient for him to move. I still can't shrink into a normal armor state. The bone dragon's magic form requires too much mental power, and I can't control it alone. It seems that I really have to find someone to share my mental power consumption. The smoke mission also asked me to find someone to share my mental power. It's not that he didn't want to share the bone dragon with others, but he didn't know how to find someone to share it with. He could find Emily to cooperate at any time, but the bone dragon could only be ridden by one person at a time, and it was impossible to connect the minds of two knights at the same time. So he tried hard to explore, trying to complete the control alone. After repeated attempts to no avail, he decided to find someone to share the burden according to the smoke mission's instructions. First, he asked a Qi. After all, it was not easy to find someone to share the mental power. After listening to List's question, a Qi thought for a while and said, "Brother, do you still remember Virginia Truth?" "Virginia?" List was stunned, and then said, "Of course I remember. She followed the expedition fleet out to sea, and is still anchored on the shore of the legendary continent. Virginia has become a necro-clown fish, but a Qi feels that her soul and the necro-clown fish have not completely merged, and can be separated by some operations. Brother's soul storage tank is a good material for soul separation magic. Why not let her share the mental power for brother? Are you sure that Virginia can help me share the mental power?" "Yes, you can put Virginia's soul into the body of the bone dragon. In this way, the bone dragon will have the power to move semi-autonomously. When brother rides the bone dragon, you can join forces with Virginia, and you should be able to completely control the bone dragon." After listening to a Qi's explanation, List immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll find Virginia now. I'll give you the soul storage tank. You can set it up first. When the time comes, separate her soul and put it into the bone dragon." He did as he said. Riding on the invisible dragon Bard, one man and one dragon quickly rushed to the coastline of the legendary continent. With Bard's speed, they soon arrived at the place where the expedition fleet was anchored. A simple port town had been built there. Because of the problem of supplies, the fleet had recently returned to Flame Island, bringing enough food and wealth for Yevich to attack Snowstorm Mountain Duchy. Virginia lived in this port town, guarding the safety of the fleet. The harpoon-shaped shredder staff trembled, and she was awakened from her sleep by List. "Your Highness, when did you arrive? You have to leave here for a while. I have a mission that requires your cooperation. Maybe after the mission is completed, you can change to a more comfortable body." "A more comfortable body?" Virginia was puzzled. "Yes. Let's not talk about this first. I'll put you into the space ring first, and we'll talk about it in detail when we get there." Putting away the shredder staff, the invisible dragon quickly traveled through space. After a while, it rushed out of the Heart Reed teleportation formation and returned to Reed City. After arriving here, List briefly explained the situation in front of the bone dragon. "Specifically, I still lack some mental strength to control the bone dragon. A Qi has a way to put you into the bone dragon's body to replace the bone dragon in controlling this body. Then, you can cooperate with me to complete the change of the form of magic power." Bone dragon. Virginia, who was in the state of the ugly necro fish, seemed to be in a trance. "It looks huge. Can I really control it? There's no problem with basic movement, but with your mental strength alone, you can at most control the bone dragon to move like a beast. You can't release more dragon abilities. But when I ride on it, you and I can definitely use all the power of the bone dragon together. Of course, the choice is up to you. I won't force you." List did not force her, because he believed that even if she was a woman when she was alive, she still could not resist the charm of a dragon, even if she became a bone dragon. Moreover, the bone dragon was much more powerful and domineering than the ugly necro fish. As expected. Chapter 928. Relying on the soul storage jar, which was not a divine artifact, a Qi successfully extracted Virginia Truth's soul from the shredder staff. At this moment, Virginia turned into a young girl again. White light formed the outline of her soul, and she had a very eye-catching 36D figure. The shredder staff, which had its soul extracted, could no longer withstand the erosion of magic because of the necro fish's destruction. It was completely scrapped into a broken harpoon. "Your Highness, Sir Magic Shooter, what should I do next?" Virginia returned to her original appearance. Looking at herself in the mirror, she was a little dazed. During the time when she became a necro-fish, every time she appeared, she could only remember the strange looks from the night around her. She almost forgot that she was once a young girl. Now, she was both happy about returning to her original body and the unknown fear of becoming a bone dragon. Relax. Since you could fuse with the necro-fish, you can fuse with the bone dragon now. With a chi and I protecting you, there is no need to worry about any risks, List comforted her. Virginia nodded. Yes. Indeed, with the great dragon knight and magic shooter as protection, there was no better protection than this. A chi carried the soul storage jar, and List carried her on the back of the bone dragon. A chi could not fly for now, and she was busy mastering the earth elemental incarnation. She had to wait until she mastered the earth elemental incarnation, then try to master the wind elemental incarnation, and finally learn to fly with the wind elemental incarnation. The seal of the dragon teeth is too high, and Virginia's soul cannot be poured into the dragon teeth. However, the dragon tooth platform is an open soul entrance. This is Virginia's only chance. Sir Magic Shooter, please tell me. Virginia will listen to you and Her Highness, the 36D girl said quickly, her tone respectful. Almost all mages would become even more humble than servants when they saw magic shooters. They could not wait to kneel on the ground and lick the shoes of magic shooters. This was a sick pursuit of the truth. In their eyes, magic shooters were the embodiment of truth walking in the secular world. There is no need to do anything complicated. A chi will build a simple soul-stabilizing magic circle here, and you will be replenished with magic. The next step is to enter the dragon's soul through the dragon tooth platform and replace it. You will have to work hard to achieve this process. I understand. After setting up the soul-stabilizing magic array, he poured Virginia out of the soul storage jar and into the magic array. After a moment of preparation, Virginia's figure had become much more solid. Under List's guidance, she slowly sat on the Dragon Fong platform. At that moment, a ghostly blue light rose from the Dragon Fong platform and quickly entangled with Virginia, who was in soul form. Then, when the light faded, Virginia also disappeared. She went in, a chi said calmly. List nodded and jumped off the bone dragon's back with a chi in his arms. Then, he jumped onto the invisible dragon bard's back, activated crystal white orbit, and quietly waited for the bone dragon's changes. After about a quarter of an hour of silence, the blue magic light on the bone dragon suddenly trembled, and then its head twisted. Its wings, limbs, and tail also began to move one after another. These movements were not big, but List was pleasantly surprised, because this meant that Virginia was taking over the bone dragon. However, the bone dragon only moved a little before falling into a long period of silence. Achi, what's going on? Is there a problem with Virginia's soul? Do you need me to ride on it and sense it? Brother, don't be impatient. Achi's eyes were like a whirlpool of stars. Although the bone dragon has no consciousness, its soul exists, or should I say it is pure. However, it's not easy for Virginia to replace the bone dragon's dragon soul with her own soul. Then we just wait like this? The fight for souls is very dangerous. Brother, riding on the bone dragon will not help Virginia at all, and will even interfere with her. The moment the soul is injected, only one of Virginia's soul and the bone dragon's soul will be left. Achi tugged at the slightly anxious List. Brother, quickly use crystal white orbit to carefully observe the bone dragon. Don't miss any details. I understand. List nodded solemnly. He was very clear that the study of souls was very likely to be an important clue for the Dragon Knight to break through to the next level of training. Therefore, any research information related to the soul must be collected. Now that the bone dragon's soul was fighting, it was an excellent opportunity to observe the soul up close. Half an hour later, the bone dragon moved again. However, it was not the body that moved, but the blue flames in the bone dragon's eyes were dancing, trembling as if there was a wind blowing, but in fact, the blue flames formed by magic were not afraid of the wind. It was not a flame on the physical plane, but a chaotic magic that involved the soul. The sun set and the moon rose, the moon set and the stars hung. The dark sky was beginning to brighten, and the whole night passed slowly with the bone dragon moving from time to time. List and Achi did not sleep for the whole night, recording the state of the bone dragon. Finally, when the first ray of sunlight from the east shone on the magic reed rinsing door in the distance, the bone dragon in a secluded corner of the forest moved again. And this time, the bone dragon clearly seemed to be freed from some kind of seal. It had the charm of life, and the blue light was inhaling and exhaling like it was breathing. Roar! The bone dragon let out a strange roar, as if it was ringing in its ears and heart at the same time. It slowly turned its head and looked in the direction of List and Achi. The dragon's head nodded slightly. "Brother, it's Virginia," Achi said. List's tired eyes suddenly lit up, and his spirit was refreshed. "Yes, Virginia succeeded." "Then, Achi, can I try to communicate with Virginia while riding the bone dragon?" "Sure." And so, List quickly jumped from the back of the invisible dragon to the back of the bone dragon, found the dragon Fong platform, and was about to sit down. However, at this moment, a twisted thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Virginia's soul has replaced the bone dragon's soul, so if I sit down like this, what does it mean? The dragon Fong platform represented the unity of the soul, and he did not have any strange thoughts about the unity of the soul with a dragon. However, if the soul of this dragon was a human, and a human girl at that, wouldn't such unity of the soul be a higher level of unity of the soul than unity of the body? Unity of the soul? That's a little evil. Stop, stop. He took a deep breath, got rid of the distracting thoughts, and then sat down. In a flash, he had regained the familiar feeling of riding the bone dragon. The cold and sharp texture was the unique characteristic of the bone dragon's soul. But this time, there was a slightly warmer texture in the cold texture. It was not so obvious, but the experience it brought was very profound. It was like a campfire in the night, making him feel warm and comfortable. He wanted to try to get closer to this warmth and be wrapped in it. At the same time, Chapter 929. The voice was very soft, and he did not know where it came from. When he listened carefully and followed the warm feeling, he finally found the source of the voice. "Virginia? It's me, Your Highness. I just fused with the bone dragon's soul, and I'm not very agile yet. Your soul is too strong, and there's a strong repulsive force that makes me uncomfortable. I can't connect with you on a deeper level, Your Highness." Virginia's voice was very faint. It seems that you still need to practice. Virginia, maybe I should teach you how to resonate at the soul level first. Resonance is the best way to unite the mind and soul. Can you sense me, Your Highness? I'll try. Like asking himself, List quickly found Virginia's consciousness when he focused. It was like recalling a memory fragment in his mind, or finding a forgotten thought. When he found it, he connected with Virginia's consciousness. The next moment, he saw the girl's past, which was fragmented. Compared to List's strong soul, which was protected by the smoke, Virginia's soul was very weak. It was like a leaky house, and List could see anything in it. She learned magic when she was young, scolded by her father, oppressed by her sister, talked in the goat gathering, carved dragon bones, and walked alone in the fields. Virginia's life was monotonous, and there were not many ups and downs. She did not even have any memories of her death. It was unknown whether she had forgotten it, or buried it in her heart and did not want to release it. "Virginia, accept me." List had already sensed Virginia's soul and tried to fuse with her, just like when he was riding a dragon. Virginia panicked. "What should I do, Your Highness?" Relax and try to take a deep breath. Don't resist, or it will start a battle of the soul. Your soul is not as strong as a dragon's, and the battle of the soul will make you collapse. Okay, I'll try. Virginia's soul was originally like a hedgehog, but under List's guidance, it became a sponge. List's consciousness merged with it, completing the simplest soul and soul fusion. It was as if he had become Virginia and was experiencing everything about her. No soul detail could escape List's senses. He had filled every single bubble in Virginia's sponge with his consciousness. The feeling of complete integration was like a fish entering the water. It could only be described as water and milk melting together. It was very comfortable. However, compared to riding a dragon, the feeling was still much weaker. After all, 3 souls were currently fusing together: the Bone Dragon's soul, Virginia's soul, and List's soul. The Bone Dragon's soul was like a cold bed. Virginia and List hugged each other for warmth, using resonance to heat up the bed. Virginia, follow my rhythm. List was already used to the feeling of being one with the soul, so he quickly reminded Virginia, who was almost intoxicated. Ah! Virginia woke up with a start. She had never experienced such comfort in her entire life. I understand, Your Highness. Soul vibration. List skillfully brought Virginia to vibrate together, and then moved the Bone Dragon's pure soul together. After repeating it a few times, they finally reached the same frequency and completely completed the soul and soul connection. In this Dragon Rider resonance frequency, Virginia's soul quickly fused with the Bone Dragon's soul and took over the soul's dominant consciousness. In the end, among the 3 souls, the Bone Dragon's soul and Virginia's soul had completely fused. Meanwhile, List and this new soul continued to maintain the Dragon Rider resonance, their minds linked as one, their thoughts reaching the same level: you in me, I in you. Of course, with the protection of the fate power represented by the smoke mission, even the Dragon Rider resonance couldn't pry into the deepest secrets of List's soul. He could see everything in the hearts of all dragons, but dragons could only see the side he was willing to let out. This was also the case for Virginia's new soul after fusing with the Bone Dragon. It's done, Your Highness. I am the Bone Dragon, and the Bone Dragon is Virginia. I can feel it clearly, Virginia. Although your new soul is still weaker than a normal dragon's soul, I can feel it. However, if you and I fuse together, we will be able to perfectly control this Bone Dragon, or rather, perfectly control your new body. You have been reborn. Yes, I have been reborn. Virginia smiled. This was a communication through divine sense, as if she was thinking about it. Since I'm reborn, the name Virginia Truth is a thing of the past. Your Highness, why don't you give me a new name? She sensed List's interest and extended an invitation. List readily agreed. That's how it should be. As for the new name, let's take a part of your name and call her Winnie. Winnie. Virginia gladly accepted. Roar. The Bone Dragon let out an unprecedented roar. This was the roar that Winnie had released with all the mana in her body. It was like a soul shock wave spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, even a magic shooter like a chi could feel a cold knock on her soul, making her temporarily absent-minded. This was definitely a very powerful attack. However, List did not pay attention to the roar of the Bone Dragon for now. He and Winnie quickly controlled the Bone Dragon to transform into its magic form. The blue Supreme Magic Dragon quickly covered all the dragon bones, then melted the dragon bones, condensed into a special Supreme Magic Ball, and went into List's body. It was like the fire dragon pattern on his chest. The pattern of the Bone Dragon was concentrated on his head, and only on the left half of his face. From his scalp to his face, a strange blue pattern was quickly drawn. The pattern on the scalp could not be seen because it was covered by his hair, but the pattern on his face was clearly visible. It was a pattern similar to a skull mask. It was not a skull with a human face, but a skull with a dragon head. List, who was originally very handsome, instantly became cold and strange because of this half-face skull mask pattern, but also with a hint of coquettish demeanor. His temperament directly jumped from a handsome young master to a psychopathic evil villain. The only thing that did not change was the clarity in his eyes. Of course, even if he was a psychopathic villain, he was still a handsome one. Achi, what do you think of my appearance? List landed on his feet and walked toward Achi. So scary, brother. Huh. List was very proud. Achi condensed a mirror made of water and let him look in it. Admiring his strange appearance in the mirror, List could not help but touch the pattern on the left side of the skull. As expected, no matter what I look like, I am still handsome. Hee hee. Winnie's laughter sounded in his mind. Because of the magic form, he and Winnie had disconnected the spiritual connection, but like riding a normal dragon, they still had a strong telepathic connection. Winnie's soul had filled the gap in the bone dragon's soul, making it a complete dragon. Don't laugh, Winnie. Let's make some changes. From the magic form to the armor form. List raised his eyebrows. Chapter 930. The supreme demon of the bone dragon kept surging out of the blue skull mask and turned into blue bones that quickly surrounded List. In a flash, List, who was originally wearing frac abier, had turned into an armored warrior covered in blue bones. Unlike the huge bones of the bone dragon, these bones were very small, so they could be tightly packed together to form a bone armor. The blue light between the cracks dyed the white bones blue. It not only made up for the paleness of the bones, but also added a lot of mystery. The armor was a mimicry of a knight's armor, but there were still hideous bone spikes in some places. A powerful force wrapped around List. This was a special state where the supreme demon of the dragon and the dragon combat in his body were entangled. In other words, although he was currently in the form of a human, the power of the bone dragon was partially retained. If one had to define this state, it was a half-dragon. So, he was not wearing armor, but a kinetic exoskeleton. Power, abundance, this is the armor I desire. List reached out a hand and looked at his palm that was covered in dense bone fragments. A blue flame ignited in his palm. This was the supreme demon of chaos that involved the power of the soul. It was constantly operating in the form of a flame. Your Highness, I can still extend. Do you need a dragon spear or a longsword? Winnie's thoughts flashed in his mind. In this half-dragon state, he and Winnie could still connect as one, but it was not as deep as when he was riding a dragon. It was probably between riding a dragon and being apart. Dragon spear, longsword? List thought of something. Not for now. I still need to make some changes to the bone dragon armor. Winnie, stay in this state. Don't worry, Your Highness. I have never felt so powerful. Ever since I became a ghost, I have never experienced cold or hot pain. Today is the only time I feel so full. My soul and the bone dragon's fusion is perfect. There is no sign of disintegration. Then I am relieved. List communicated with Winnie in his mind for a moment, then turned to Achi, who was watching the show from the side, and said, "Help me create a bigger mirror, then help me refer to the parts of this dragon bone armor that need improvement." Yes. Achi waved her hand, and a huge water mirror appeared out of thin air. There were a total of 3 mirrors, and they surrounded List's front, back, and right sides. The left side was where Achi was standing, and there was no water mirror there. The figure in the mirror fully displayed List's dragon bone armor. Every detail was exposed to his field of vision. The keel at the neck is too thick. It feels a little short and thick. I need to make it thinner. It's the same for the waist. You need to maintain the line, and don't be too tight to prevent it from affecting your movement. The protection of this armor is too tight. As a powerful dragon knight, I don't need such suffocating protection. Just leave the dragon bones at the crucial parts. Leave a bigger gap and let the blue light fill it up. This way, it will look more mysterious. The head armor doesn't need a coxcomb headdress. Change it to bull horns. Use the original pair of bull horns from the bone dragon. The mask only needs to cover one eye to use the bone dragon's vision, leaving the other eye to use normal vision. It's a pity that the combination of the magic eye and the bone dragon's vision can't be developed. Otherwise, I might be able to see some special scenes and even see the land of exile. Add a few more bone spurs on the shoulders. The shape of the entire armor was finalized based on the suggestions of Qi and Winnie, as well as List's own aesthetic taste. From the previous full-package knight armor to the current half-package simple armor, it reduced the bulkiness of the armor and increased its magnificence. Does it feel like it's still missing something? List looked at the mirror. Looking left and right, he always felt that there was something lacking. Qi looked at it for a moment and said seriously, "Brother, there are dragon horns on the head of the armor, but there are no matching dragon wings, and you're not holding the knight's sword." "Yes, that's it." List's heart stirred. He quickly contacted Winnie and controlled the supreme magic to extend. Then, at the back of the armor's shoulder blades, a small pair of bone dragon wings extended out. It was basically the same as the original dragon wings of the bone dragon. Even the broken cartilage was preserved. However, it was precisely such a pair of broken dragon wings that added to the visual impact of the entire armor. It was as if a demon had climbed up from hell. It also looked like a lich king that was desecrating the dead. Needless to say, List really felt that the style after wearing this armor was similar to the style of the Marquis Bull when he turned into a lich. However, the Marquis Bull's blue light was emitted from his body, while Link's blue light was from the armor. "Your Highness, do you want me to use the supreme magic from the bone dragon's tail to create a dragon spear or a longsword for you?" Winnie asked. "I don't have a dragon for now, so I'll turn into a longsword for now." With that, he raised his right hand, and a ball of blue flames rose in his palm. It quickly turned into a familiar longsword, the dragon-slaying ice sword. The blade was made up of sections of dragon tail bones, and the gaps were connected by blue light. Even the hilt was connected to the hand armor through the blue light. Holding the hilt, List felt the sharpness of the sword. Although it is not a real magic equipment, because the armor has some of the dragon's functions, it can mix dragon magic and dragon's fighting aura when it is used, so this bone sword is even more powerful. With the bone sword, the dragon-slaying ice sword could be temporarily eliminated. Just like that. After completing the entire armor and weapon, List spent half an hour practicing the fighting aura manual a few times, and made the final changes through actual combat. It was not until the evening that he finally finished fixing the shape of the armor. The birth of this armor means that the elemental dragon's new skills have been developed. In order to distinguish them, the forms of the elemental dragon and the bone dragon need to be redefined. The original form is called the true form, the magic form is called the totem form, and the armor form is called the armor form. The armor formed by the dragon is called the dragon armor, the longsword formed by the dragon is called the dragon sword, and the dragon spear formed by the dragon is called the dragon spear. But I can add names like bone dragon armor, fire dragon sword, and ice dragon spear to distinguish them. Right. As List summarized the totem forms, he suddenly thought of a problem and secretly communicated with Winnie in his mind. "When I wear the bone dragon armor and ride on other dragons, remember to put away the bone dragon armor at my butt. Don't obstruct my mind connection with the dragon." Understood, Your Highness. Be serious. Remember to be smart and put it away when I sit down. When I get up and leave the Dragon Fong platform, you must put it back immediately, understand? List ordered sternly. Winnie did not dare to disobey. Understood. During the banquet, the noble knight and officials of Reed City had already familiarized themselves with List's new appearance. The bone dragon had turned into the totem form, and on the left half of his face was a glowing blue pattern of a skull and a dragon head. His followers already knew that the great lord they followed had obtained another powerful bone dragon. Now, it seemed that the bone dragon could merge into the dragon knight's body, just like the fire dragon Leo. However, the bone dragon could only merge into the face. How inconceivable! Many of List's followers clicked their tongues in amazement as they looked at the exceptionally coquettish List. But perhaps because they had received too much stimulation, they quickly became numb and continued to eat and drink. After all, his lordship was publicly acknowledged as the embodiment of the knight's glory in the secular world. After the meal, List did not immediately let Winnie return to her true dragon form to rest. Instead, he had Winnie turn into her armor form and sit there in a daze. The daze was just a cover. In fact, he was calling for a smoke mission. He also wanted to know if Winnie could see the smoke that represented the power of destiny when he and Winnie maintained this half-dragon mount state. As it turned out, Winnie could not see it. The smoke formed serpentines that only List could see. Chapter 931. Using Virginia Truth to perfectly control the bone dragon gained a new life and became a special soul elemental dragon, Bone Dragon Winnie. The smoke mission was naturally completed, and the reward was a jewel crown. However, List was a little curious about what this jewel crown was, and where it would come from. He felt that there should be no need to snatch it, unlike Crystal Helen, which was obtained by starting a war. Crystal Helen was placed in Firewood Castle, directly upgrading List's study by a level. This beautiful crystal statue, half the height of a person, was a special magic equipment. It could sort out the wandering magic in the castle, making people feel relaxed and happy. Ordinary people bathed in its halo would be free of diseases and disasters, while knight and wizard could enjoy the convenience of training. List liked to read books and absorb knowledge under Crystal Helen's halo. Of course, Crystal Helen's halo was enough to cover the entire Firewood Castle, and all the servants in the castle could benefit from this statue. The old butler Carter, who had always been in charge of Thorn Castle, was transferred by List to Firewood Castle as a butler after he fell ill, receiving treatment from the statue. Thorn Castle was managed by his former valet, Thomas. Familiar servants such as Chef Mrs. Abby, head maid Little Lily, head manservant Tom, and so on were also transferred to Firewood Castle. It could be said that the relatively simple Firewood Castle had become his main residence, and he would only occasionally return to Thorn Castle to stay for a day. I wonder where I will get the jewel crown. Could it be that the Sapphire Grand Duke learned of the announcement of the three kingdoms recognizing the Fire Kingdom, so he specially made such a crown to congratulate me on becoming king? List thought, but he hoped that was not the case. After all, a crown was also a hat. It was not good for others to give him a hat. If he dares to give me a jewel crown, I will definitely give him a light emerald hat. He did not dwell on the jewel crown for too long, and soon turned his attention to the new smoke mission. Although a Chi can control the invisible dragon bard, when the invisible dragon leaves, she will not have a suitable mount to ride on. It is said that there are traces of unicorns in the Pegasus Forest of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Unicorns representing purity might be suitable for a Chi. Why not go and take a look? Reward, Pegasus Herd. Unicorns, the Pegasus Forest. This means that they want me to look for unicorns. List frowned in thought. But I don't seem to be very concerned about unicorns recently. Why would the smoke mission issue such a mission? Or do I really want to catch unicorns and see these creatures that only pure girls can see? He had always thought that unicorn was just a type of super dragon, just like how the fire dragon bird was called a phoenix, which was an exaggeration. However, since the smoke mission had been issued, he could only take the time to go to the Pegasus Forest to find the Pegasus herd and unicorns. At this moment, Winnie's thoughts were transmitted from the skull and dragon head pattern on his face. Your Highness, it's late, do you need me to continue accompanying you? Cough cough. List almost choked on a mouthful of air. He could sense the strange emotions in Winnie's thoughts. Ever since his and Winnie's souls carried out a dragon rider resonance, that comfortable feeling made Winnie infatuated. Just like the happy cooperation between the Dragon Knight and the dragon, Winnie also experienced the joy of riding and being ridden. However, although Winnie had replaced the bone dragon's soul, she was originally a female human. Being overly indulged in the pleasure of resonance always gave List a strange illusion. So he could not indulge her, no need. Show your true form and rest outside. I will prepare a dragon nest for you as soon as possible so that you can have a comfortable living environment. When we go out to battle, we will continue to cooperate. Of course, if I am busy, you can also train with Emily. Emily? She is one of my followers. She is only 14 years old this year, but she is very talented. She is already a Sword Saint Sky Knight, and soon she will become the first female Dragon Knight in the legendary continent. List said seriously, I hope you can help her familiarize herself with dragon riding. Such a talented girl, please rest assured, Your Highness, I will cooperate with Emily seriously. However, I still hope to fight with Your Highness and see the strange and dazzling scenery of this world. Don't worry, you and I have enough time to fight side by side. Soon, Winnie transformed into a huge bone dragon and found a place outside to lie down. List returned to his room. Through the window, he could see the bone dragon's body emitting a blue light that seemed to be rhythmically breathing. His thoughts were already flying. With Winnie's current state, it is not suitable for the bone dragon to be a dragon rider prototype or trainer, unless it is a female dragon knight. He directly ignored the fact that he was also a male. Even if I let Emily train with her, it will still feel weird. Forget it, maybe I am thinking too much. There was not much difference between riding a bone dragon and riding other dragons. The only difference was that ordinary dragons did not have gender, but the bone dragon's soul was that of a female. From now on, Bone Dragon Winnie will be my armor and weapon in battle. As a man, his selfish possessiveness made him quickly decide on Bone Dragon Winnie's fate. Of course, Virginia Truth was saved by List, and the bone dragon was also his personal property. The bone dragon Winnie that was formed from the combination belonged to List, and he had the right to decide how to treat it. Nightfall. List and Achi discussed for a long time, recording down all the information about the bone dragon during the day in preparation for future research on the soul. Before he slept, he confirmed with Achi the time to go to the Pegasus Forest, 10th of July. The journey to the Steel Ridge Kingdom was long, and they would have to search the Pegasus Forest. The journey might take 10 days to half a month. Therefore, he had to arrange the construction of the territory first. Also, List had to coordinate with the dragon's training. He first went to the volcano of Doomsday and negotiated with Little Fire Dragon Leo. He used 20 vials of red dragon water to exchange for a few big cans of Fire Dragon Super Magic. These Fire Dragon Super Magic would be used to build glass workshops and brick factories. He planned to build glass workshops and brick factories in Fire City, Reed City, Jade City, Dragon Valley City, and Estuary City respectively. These workshops would provide glass, bricks, and cement for the construction of the cities. At the same time, they would provide materials for the construction of roads in the cities. Then, he sent 10 vials of red dragon water to the mountain copper dragon Marta to improve their relationship. He also made a contract with the recently recruited elves from the Holy Tribe. There were 2 elves, a coffee elf and a wood elf, which was a pleasant surprise. Then, he sent 10 vials of red dragon water to the light emerald dragon Ethan. He trained with Ethan for a while to deepen the first-generation Dragon Knight's spiritual imprint that he left in its mind. The imprint was already very clear. It would take another 2 months for the imprint to be completely completed. At that time, it would be time to introduce Ethan and Emily. Then, he sent 10 vials of red dragon water to the gray iron dragon Aun. Aun had been living on Black Horse Island, helping the P-Elf-Ike evolve. He also provided deterrence and support the Soul Fortress and the Heart Island Magic Gate. One after another. 200 vials of red dragon water were used up by a quarter. This consumption is a bit fast. Bard and Winnie also need red dragon water. It seems that I have to find a chance to communicate with the Red-White Rose family and ask them to send more red dragon water as gifts. List could not help but miss Mashu Red-White Rose. Chapter 932. Having more dragons was tiring, and having more elves was equally tiring. List had no choice but to spend a day getting closer to the elves under his command. As of now, he already had 1 dragon sprite, 9 greater sprites, 67 lesser sprites, and nearly 400 sprite worms. The number of elves was increasing at an explosive rate. Only a small number of them were nurtured by themselves, and most of them were obtained from outside. Part of it came from the ransom of the captives, part from the Count of Hot Spring Island, and part from the Moon Tribe. However, so many elves were still lacking compared to the Sapphire clan. As a dragon-rearing family that had 6 dragons, including the bone dragon Vaini, this family was truly shabby. They would have to wait until the entire Flame Archipelago was developed. Then, with the addition of scientific farming, the number of elves would slowly increase. In the end, they would reach the standard of the royal family that reared dragons. Besides, List also went to the kennel to look at the falconry given by the Red and White Rose family. This low-level draconic beast was of the wind attribute. Its body wasn't big, and it was slightly smaller than an ordinary flying dust dog. However, its body was long and slender, and it was good at running. It could also cast wind magic, multiple wind blades. It might not be suitable for charging on the battlefield, but it was a good helper for hunting. It was a plaything for nobles. Many nobles liked to keep dogs for hunting. Thus, a low-level dragon beast falcon hound would obviously raise the level of nobility. Not all great nobles could get a dragon beast as a pet. Dragons were very rare, and it was difficult to measure them with gold coins. However, the Red and White Rose family was generous. They gave List 3 pairs of adult dogs and 20 puppies at once. In other words, the Eagle-Hound hunting clan had already become an industry of the Flame clan. Compared to List's own chocobos and rainbow whales, they were much more valuable. The chocobo ate the bloodline fruit and became a mid-level dragon, but it couldn't find another chocobo to breed. The rainbow whale was a low-level dragon beast. It was also impossible to find a second one, and it could not reproduce. On the other hand, Banpo cattle, estuarine pigs, and black blood horses had already been gradually bred to a larger scale. In a few years, they would become important industries of the Flame family. Moreover, the invisible dragon had already figured out how to release the magic power of infection from its bloodline. It could continue to infect new species of dragon-type creatures. It was not clear how the other dragons released the magic infection in their blood. All in all, as a family that raised dragons, there would be no shortage of dragons in the future. By the time he finished dealing with the affairs of the territory, it was already the 10th of July. List and Achi set off for the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. Apart from the invisible dragon Bard, there were 2 other dragons with them. The little fire dragon Leo had transformed into the pattern of a fire dragon on his chest, and the bone dragon Winnie had transformed into the pattern of a dragon skull on the left side of his face. The elemental dragon's totem form was very special. It wasn't that he couldn't change the location of his possession, but Huolong liked the chest area the most, especially the area near the heart. Bone dragons, on the other hand, liked their heads very much. It seemed that the closer the head was to the brain, the closer it was to the soul. According to the ancient 5 elements of China, it seems that the liver is wood, the heart is fire, the spleen is earth, the lungs are metal, and the kidney is water. Leo is a fire dragon, and he likes my heart, so he attached himself to my chest. If I ride a water dragon, will it like my kidney and want to attach itself to my waist? Thinking about it this way, the earth dragons liked the spleen, so they probably had to compete with the water dragons for the spleen. Of course, because the spleen was on the left side of the abdomen, the earth dragon could take the left waist position, and the water dragon could take the right waist position. Wood dragons and gold dragons didn't have this type of elemental dragon. Of the 8 elements, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, ice, and darkness, wind dragon didn't know what organs of the human body were compatible with. Thunder dragon, light dragon, ice dragon, and dark dragon were also not clear. However, the bone dragon, a special elemental type involving the soul, was compatible with the brain. If I one day contract all the elemental dragons, wouldn't I be covered in tattoos? In fact, it couldn't be said to be tattoos, it should be tattoo stickers, the kind that could be torn off at any time. Unfortunately, the magic state can't be hidden under the skin, and the bone dragon pattern is too high profile. Although the pattern of the bone dragon gave him an evil sense of beauty, the pattern of the skull with a dragon head that emitted a faint blue light was a little too eye-catching. It would be a hindrance to his normal communication with the other nobles. Knight etiquette did not appreciate this kind of gaudy tattoo. In short, 2 people and 3 dragons, full of supplies, set off from Black Horse Island, constantly galloping and flying. Invisible Dragon Bard was the main means of transportation. When it was tired, List would summon the little fire dragon Leo to continue flying, while Bard would land on the sea, and Achi would control the sea water to move it quickly. A distance of more than 1,000 kilometers might take a few days by boat, but it would only take a few hours by dragon. At noon, they had arrived on land, on the unknown coast of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. Achi waved her hand, and a set of strange equipment condensed from water fell in front of her. She observed the position of the sun through the lens above, and then compared it with a simple map in her hand. She said, "Brother, we are now on the Red Tide coast, and there is a big city nearby, Red Tide City." Well. List looked at the map and nodded. Achi continued, "Pegasus Forest is 3,000 kilometers northwest, and then we reach Black Bear City, which is to the east of Black Bear City. Eat something, and continue the journey in the afternoon." Walking and stopping, the next evening, the two finally saw Black Bear City from a high altitude. Finding a small village, List asked the serfs who were working in the fields and confirmed that this city was Black Bear City. They didn't fly to the wrong place. After resting for a night, they officially crossed the mountains to the east of Black Bear City and entered the Pegasus Forest. Because the Pegasus Forest was huge, to find unicorns as soon as possible, they would need the information of the local knight. So, List and Achi first looked for a suitable World of Warcraft as a mount, disguised as an adventuring knight, and bought information from the local knight. Crystal Orbit kept investigating, and soon they found 2 World of Warcraft with strong magic power. They are Earth Grizzly Bears. They seem to be fighting for territory. List smiled. He had already decided to use the 2 Earth Grizzly Bears as mounts. Earth Grizzly Bears were advanced Earth Element World of Warcraft. They could stand up to 5 meters tall and weigh up to 10 tons. They could cast many kinds of Earth Element spells, were strong, and had been tamed as mounts before. It was widely distributed, and there were traces of it in many wild forests. Even on Coral Island, there used to be an intermediate World of Warcraft grizzly bear with the bloodline of an Earth grizzly bear. Later, the Count failed to tame the mount, so he used the grizzly bear's skin as a chair, achieving half of the mount achievement. Bard, go down and perform. Wuxia. The invisible dragon quickly swooped down. When it approached the 2 Earth grizzly bears, its dragons might spread out. The Earth grizzly bears were startled and tried to flee in panic. But Bard's dragon claws were even faster. It pressed one of the Earth grizzly bears to the ground and struggled, but it couldn't break free. Achi also released ice magic to block the other Earth grizzly bear. Bang! List jumped from the invisible dragon onto the Earth grizzly bear and released his dragon's might, suppressing the Earth grizzly bear. He ruthlessly stomped on the earth grizzly bear's head a few times, then jumped down from the earth grizzly bear and landed in front of it. He took out a stake and the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword from his space ring. First, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword swiftly hacked at the earth grizzly bear, leaving a wound on its body. Blood splattered, and the earth grizzly bear howled in pain. Next, he brought the stake to the earth grizzly bear's mouth. He didn't know if the earth grizzly bear could understand him, but he had clearly expressed his intentions: submit to me, and you'll have steak to eat. If you don't, I'll chop you up. Which one will you choose? He held the stake in his left hand and the sword in his right. Chapter 933. One earth grizzly bear quickly submitted to List, and the other earth grizzly bear didn't last long either. Soon, these two earth grizzly bears became List's and Achi's mounts respectively. If one were to say that he was a little reluctant when he first submitted, then he would have to admit defeat. However, when List took out 2 normal potions and fed them to the earth grizzly bears, the 2 intelligent advanced World of Warcraft felt much better. They couldn't resist, so it was better to get some potions. Riding on the earth grizzly bear, Link familiarized himself with the earth grizzly bear's abilities. Soon, he arrived at a mercenary camp. The Pegasus Forest not only had Pegasus dragons, which were popular among the noble knight class, but there was also a large number of normal World of Warcraft. These were the targets that mercenaries liked to hunt. Therefore, mercenary camps like trading markets and supply stations could be seen everywhere. At this moment, the guards on duty in the mercenary camp soon noticed the arrival of 2 huge earth grizzly bears with advanced World of Warcraft. It's an earth grizzly bear with advanced World of Warcraft. Be on alert. The guard hurriedly blew the horn in his hand, and the sound of the horn echoed throughout the camp. The mercenaries and knight who were enjoying a moment of leisure got up from their tents and wooden houses. While wearing their armor, they shouted, "What's the situation?" "It's advanced World of Warcraft. It's advanced World of Warcraft. Damn, there shouldn't be any advanced World of Warcraft around here. Maybe it's advanced World of Warcraft. Leader Flender just left with his mercenary group. Otherwise, he could have left advanced World of Warcraft here." The mercenary camp was made up of knight and ranger, mouse. Rangers' strength was average, and most of them were scouts. The knight's main job was to hunt. However, the strongest knight here was only an elite earth knight. There weren't many elite earth knights that used potions. Most of them were combat skill players. After all, potion players were usually from noble families, which was enough to become a Sky Knight. Even if he couldn't become a Sky Knight, he would still stay in his territory to inherit his family's business, happily cuddling with his lover and drinking wine. No one was willing to go into the forest. These undeveloped forests were dangerous and unsuitable for orders of chivalry's charge. Therefore, it was normal for a knight to be killed by a sneak attack from World of Warcraft. Few knights were willing to go into the forest to hunt if it was not for their livelihood. They were all older knights who had retired from the Lord's orders of chivalry and had not achieved enough military merits to be conferred as nobility, so they joined the mercenary corps to beg for food. As the warning horn sounded, the knight and ranger quickly raised all kinds of fences, ropes, and wooden spikes, turning the camp into a porcupine. The Earth Knights held their bows and stood on the wall of the camp, watching the Earth Barbarian Bear that was slowly approaching from afar. They prayed that the Earth Barbarian Bear was just passing by. No one dared to provoke the Earthen Grizzly Bear. The Earthen Grizzly Bear was an advanced World of Warcraft that could release many types of earth magic. It was extremely destructive, and its skin was thick, giving it an astonishing defense. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed Earth Knight exclaimed, "Someone is here." "What do you mean?" "There are 2 people on the back of the Earthen Grizzly Bear." 2 people riding on the Earthen Grizzly Bear. How is it possible? Who can tame a advanced World of Warcraft as a mount? There are really people. I saw them too. It seems like a knight and a magician. Could it be a sky knight? Phew, it's safe now. Since they are knight, they should be here to replenish their supplies. The people in the mercenary camp all heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a wild world of Warcraft, there was nothing to be afraid of. A knight who could ride an earthen grizzly bear would definitely not care about the resources in their shabby camp. Many knights, rangers, and merchants who stayed in the camp began to have some ideas. Perhaps they could do business with these two knight and magician riding earthen grizzly bear. Even if they could not do business, if they could curry favor with them, it would be a great benefit. The earthen grizzly bear was as powerful as a sword saint. Only a noble could tame such a world of Warcraft as a mount. Of course, a noble was worth flattering. Soon, the two earthen grizzly bears came to the entrance of the camp. At this time, the people standing at the edge of the camp finally saw the knight and magician on the back of the bear. The sorcerer was petite and wore a hood, revealing only half of her beautiful and flawless face. The knight, on the other hand, was tall and straight, wearing a suit of bright silver armor. It was obvious that his armor was not ordinary. The most peculiar thing was that half of the knight's face was engraved with a skull-like pattern. It was even faintly glowing with a dark blue light. This made the knight's manly and handsome temperament suddenly look very demonic. It was rare to see a knight dressed like this, but there was nothing strange in this world. The mercenaries had seen all kinds of strange people, so they were not surprised. Two noble lords from afar, the rattlesnake mercenary camp welcomes you. The camp manager bowed. The knight riding on the back of the bear was List. He did not get down from the bear's back. Instead, he looked down from above and said with an authentic steel voice, "Are you the camp manager? I need you to do me a favor. Help me invite the most well-informed mercenary in the camp over." His way of speaking was very natural, but the pressure of being in a high position for a long time and the ferocious power of the advanced world of Warcraft made the camp manager tremble. "As you wish, my lord. I'll find him right now." "My lord, do you want to rest in the camp? I'll arrange the best cabin for you right away." "No need. Hurry up and help me find him." List fanned the air in front of his nose. He did not want to enter this dirty and smelly mercenary camp. The camp manager did not dare to delay. He immediately turned to his deputy and shouted, "Hurry up. Get old Jack, three-legged, golden-toothed rat, Little John, old drunkard, and Mrs. Mendez." The deputy immediately ran into the camp and called for the people. The camp manager then turned to List and asked, "My lord, do you need food and water?" "I don't need it. But you can get some water to quench my briar and brambles thirst. If you have honey, you can bring it all over." List remembered that the earth burly bears loved to steal honey. Even if they were stung by poisonous bees, they still wanted to eat the honey. "My lord, I have honey here." One of the onlooking merchants immediately called out when he heard that List needed honey. Another knight also said, "My lord, I also have fresh honey. It's the low-level world of Warcraft, black ring bee honey. Bring it all here." List glanced at the camp manager. The camp manager immediately understood. He quickly brought the knight and the merchant over and asked them to bring out the honey. There was not much of the two types of honey, but they quickly attracted the attention of the earth burly bears named Briar and Bramble. They happily ate the 2 portions of honey. It was just enough for them to dye their teeth with the sweetness. "Name a price," List said. The merchant quoted a price of 3 gold coins, while the knight quoted a price of 10 gold coins. List did not know the price of honey in the wild. He just looked at the camp manager and asked, "Is the price reasonable?" "My lord, why don't you treat this honey as a tribute from our mercenary camp?" The camp was built by the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group. "We are very willing to serve an important person like you. I'm asking you, is the price reasonable?" List calmly repeated. The camp manager immediately felt a strong pressure. He did not dare to act on his own and replied honestly, "It's basically reasonable." So List took out a bag of gold coins, counted 15 of them, and threw them to the person in charge. "Help me pay these 2 honey merchants, and the other 2 are for the camp's clean water and services." As an upright knight, he always did business fairly. There was no such thing as a freeloader. He would not use his status as a great noble to oppress the knight and commoners. He could enjoy the respect of the lower class, but he would not take advantage of them. Of course. Chapter 934. Old Jack, Three-Legged, Golden-Toothed Rat, John Jr., Old Drunkard, and Mrs. Mendez were the 6 most outstanding rangers in the Rattlesnake mercenary camp. They had all trained in battle energy. Even though they were only at the beginner level, they were veterans in the forest. They might not be able to defeat beginner World of Warcraft, but they could rely on various disguises to roam freely in the forest. They mainly relied on gathering information and exchanging information for payment. "Sir, they have almost all the information in the camp. Many rangers are their subordinates," the camp manager said. "Dismiss the others. Don't stand around and get in the way." "Of course. I'll have the mercenaries leave now." After driving away the crowd of onlookers, List did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose: "I need you to provide me with some information. As long as the importance of the information is recognized by me, gold coins are not a problem. But if you provide me with false information, you will be killed by my big bear and second bear." Three-Legged had a sneaky look. He smiled and said, "Sir, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Me?" List felt that it was better to have a flashy identity in order to deal with these veterans among the rangers. "Mario Red White Rose." "Ah." Not only the rangers, but even the camp manager was in awe. "So it's Sir Mario of the Red White Rose family." "Sir Mario, ask away. Old Jack will definitely tell you everything he knows." "I pay my respects to the Red White Rose family. Three-Legged is willing to give you all the information he knows. Mendez is also willing to give you all the information he knows." The 6 rangers rushed to express their respect and offered to give him the information for free. Looking at their eyes and expressions, they were not forcing themselves. They were sincerely willing to do so. It could be seen that the Red White Rose family had a respectable status in the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Of course, this was also because List was very young and rode an earth burly bear. Others thought that even if he was not the direct heir of the Red White Rose family, he was still a very important junior. Otherwise, he would not be able to enjoy a mount like the earth burly bear. After learning of List's identity as Mario Red White Rose, the 6 rangers told him everything they knew and gave him all the information they knew. It was mainly about the Pegasus and unicorns. Pegasi were advanced dragons that lived in groups in the Pegasi forest. They were adept at wind magic. Even though it wasn't a powerful dragon beast, it was still comparable to a sword saint. When a group of sword saints gathered together, one could imagine the difficulty of taming and capturing them. That was why many great nobles had sent orders of chivalry to the Pegasus forest. However, the number of times they had actually captured a lone Pegasus could be counted on one hand. Even the royal family had sent a group of knights, but to no avail, they could not find a group of Pegasi. As for eyewitnesses who had seen unicorns among the Pegasi herd, there was indeed such a rumor, but it had not been verified. "Sir Mario, there was indeed a knight who saw a unicorn. However, unicorns are agile. When a knight glanced at a unicorn from afar, it would notice and flee. The Pegasi herd would also flee. That's why no one has ever seen a unicorn up close, and they don't even know if they saw a unicorn. There were too many things to hide in the forest, and it was a long distance. Even a Sky Knight couldn't guarantee that what he saw was a so-called unicorn. That was why, before there was any concrete evidence, unicorns were still a magical creature that only existed in the legends. However, List believed in the existence of unicorns. In the World of Warcraft Encyclopedia, compiled by Achi, the official name of unicorns was tentatively Storm Draconic Horse. Similar to the Lightning Draconic Turtle among the Dragon Turtles, the Super Dragon among the Pegasi herd should be called Storm Draconic Horse. Moreover, List also remembered that when Kenly Truth had provided him with clues about unicorns, she had mentioned an official record between the Platinum family of the Iron Ridge royal family and the ruler of the Grand Duchy of Rose, the Red and White Rose family, which was related to unicorns. The Red and White Rose family and the Platinum family often had marriage alliances. There was a generation of Grand Duke Rose who was going to marry his daughter to the mentally retarded youngest son of the king 2 generations ago. As a result, the Grand Duke's daughter was rescued by a unicorn halfway and wandered into the forest. This matter was acknowledged by the king and the Grand Duke. Of course, List believed that this was a dirty matter between the two dragon-raising families. It was possible that the Grand Duke's daughter had eloped with someone, so they used the name of the unicorn to beautify it. Otherwise, how could a storm dragon horse like the unicorn, which was on the same level as the flame dragon bird and the lightning dragon tortoise, be so intelligent and so miraculous that it could ignore the powerful guards of the palace and save a young lady from the knights? His thoughts returned to the thick bast paper that the ranger had handed over. List looked at the slightly abstract map and asked, "So, the places where the unicorns have been seen are the places marked with red ink?" "Yes, Lord Mario. The places marked with green ink are the places where the Pegasi herd appears, and the places marked with purple ink are the places where the Pegasi have been caught?" "Yes." List flipped to the back of the thick bast paper. The food that the Pegasi like to eat, their resting habits, and some of the behaviors of the herd are all recorded here? "Yes." Nodding, List put away the thick bast paper and took out 60 gold coins, handing them to the person in charge of the camp. "You take a cut and let the 6 of them split the rest equally. I will be taking this information and map. Lord Mario, we are all volunteering to give you this information. Do as I say." List did not care about this bit of gold coins. On the contrary, he took out another 100 gold coins. "If I cannot find the Pegasi herd, I will come back. You can use these gold coins to help me find new information. As long as it is of help to me, I will give you more rewards." He jumped onto the back of the earth burly bear and shook the cloak that covered his armor. He said in a clear voice, "Remember, the Red and White Rose family has money." Achi smiled secretly. Briar and Bramble started to turn around. List added with a sense of immersion, "Don't save money for me." His voice was powerful and resonant. As the 2 earth burly bears left, it echoed in the ears of the person in charge of the camp and the ranger. They looked at the tall and straight figure that was getting further and further away. A ranger could not help but sigh. As expected of the Red and White Rose family. Yes, Lord Mario's elegance is as dazzling as the morning sun. If you can follow behind Lord Mario, you will definitely be bathed in the glory of a knight. You will have endless gold coins to spend. List could not hear the flattery of the rangers. However, he was in a good mood. Sure enough, the feeling of throwing money at people makes me feel good all over. Why didn't I transmigrate to the Red and White Rose family? With the wealth of the Red and White Rose family and my personal talent, I should have unified the 3 kingdoms long ago. Chapter 935. Hoeing rice at noon, sweat dripping on the soil. Who knew that every grain on the plate was hard work? 160 gold coins were enough for a free family to live for a lifetime. Even with List's standard of living, it was enough for 3 to 5 breakfasts. So he secretly warned himself to be thrifty when it was time to be thrifty, and not to waste precious gold coins in unnecessary show-off. After all, he did not announce his real name, and no one would know his true strength after showing off. I will personally make the red and white rose family famous, as a favor to Mashu for the gifts. List waved his hand, dispersing these messy and boring thoughts. When Big Bear and Bramble entered the dense forest, he signaled Achi, give them 2 space magic beacons, we will change to Bard, this way we can move faster. We don't have much time to waste here. Yes. Achi waved her hand, and 2 space magic beacons were engraved on the fur of the earth burly bear. List touched the head of Big Bear, threw a piece of steak into its mouth, and said, "You two live freely in the forest, I will come back to find you when I need you." The earth burly bear was too slow and made too much noise, so it was not suitable to find the Pegasus herd. When List and Achi left with the invisible dragon, the 2 earth burly bears were still dizzy and did not know what had happened. But when the invisible dragon's aura was completely gone, the 2 bears looked at each other and glared fiercely at each other, as if they were about to fight again after losing List's suppression. But soon the 2 gave up staring, each chose a direction, and ran wildly. Life was precious, but love was even more valuable. For the sake of freedom, both could be abandoned. At this time, the dawn of freedom had appeared, and they did not want to continue to be ridden on their heads by humans who were like ants. Riding the invisible dragon, the speed of the search was greatly increased. The 2 humans and 3 dragons that had escaped into the material boundary spent almost 10 minutes searching for a green dot that indicated the presence of a group of Pegasi, half an hour searching for a purple dot that captured a Pegasus, and 3 hours searching for a red dot that indicated the sighting of a unicorn. The crystal white tracks had a radar-level magic power discrimination effect. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, he finally discovered a large amount of greenish-gray magic light at a green punctuation point, outlining many winged horses. The light of the wind mana retroaction was mostly of different shades of green. Coupled with the fact that the horses had wings on their backs, there was no doubt that the horses stationed around the river below were a group of Pegasi. List didn't ask Bard to appear immediately. Instead, he carefully examined every ray of mana retroaction among the Pegasi herd. The greenish-gray rays varied in strength, but he didn't find any higher-level magic power. They were all low-level devils. In other words, there was no storm dragon horse among the group of Pegasi. No? Looks like I haven't found a real Pegasus herd yet. There are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 26 Pegasus. It's probably a small herd, or a small group from a large herd. List quickly left the crystal trail and looked around with his naked eyes. Through the gaps between the trees, he could barely make out the true appearance of the Pegasus. Unlike the pictures and descriptions provided by the ranger, these Pegasi were similar to normal horses. However, its front legs and shoulder blades were slightly stronger, and a pair of wings grew out from the shoulder blades. Since they weren't flying, these wings were retracted to their sides. The color wasn't silver as described. Instead, it was mainly silver with some light gray patterns and light blue patterns on the wings. The horse's mane and tail looked very elegant and smooth, as if they had been washed with floaty softness. Based on the naked eye, these Pegasi weren't much bigger than normal horses. In fact, the largest among them wasn't even as big as List's own mount, the king of black-blooded horses, Lightning. Lightning was 4 meters tall, and these Pegasi were at most 3 to 5 meters tall. However, they were high-level dragons. They emitted a faint draconic aura. The thick greenish-gray wind attribute magic power could probably cut Lightning into pieces with a casual wave of a wind blade. "Brother, we can follow this Pegasus herd." Achi found no female Pegasus or foals among them. This shouldn't be a single herd. We should be able to find a larger Pegasus herd if we follow them, Achi reminded. I understand. List had the same idea. So he quietly hid at the material boundary, waiting for the Pegasus herd to move. At the same time, he summoned the smoke mission, wanting to see the progress of the smoke mission. However, to his surprise, the mission was actually completed. Mission completed. Reward, Pegasus herd. That's easy, but how do I take this group of Pegasi away? Such a thought flashed in List's mind, and he was soon attracted by the new mission. Mission: the Pegasus herd in front of you is exciting, but the traces of the unicorns have never been revealed. However, for you who have magic eyes, you are very good at spying on creatures hiding in the dark. Please find a Pegasus with a horn. Reward: a Pegasus with a horn. Well, I still have to continue looking for unicorns. I'll follow the original plan and follow this group of Pegasus to the large herd. Although the plan was good, the process wasn't wonderful. After following the Pegasus herd for a whole day and night, this group of Pegasus had no intention of joining the large herd. Could it be that these male Pegasus are a group of frustrated single dogs that only return to the large herd to fight for a mate during mating season? Thinking of this, he quickly made a decision and said to Achi, "I'm afraid these Pegasus won't return to the large herd in a short time. Achi, why don't we put a spatial magic beacon on them first, and we'll continue to look for other Pegasus herds?" Okay. With Achi taking action, they quietly approached the Pegasus herd from the material boundary, put a dozen spatial magic beacons in a row, and then left. They continued to look for the Pegasus herds on the map one by one. After searching for half a day, they found another small Pegasus herd, with only 17 adult male Pegasus. Just as List was about to let Achi put a spatial magic beacon on the map and continue looking for new Pegasus herds, one of the Pegasus suddenly raised its head and neighed. Then, all the Pegasus in the small herd raised their heads and neighed. They quickly gathered and stared at the dense forest in front of them. It was a light yellow monster quietly approaching the Pegasus herd. That's... List was momentarily attracted by the appearance of the intruder. It was a big cat with a special body structure, as large as an elephant. Its face and mane were similar to that of a lion, but its claws were like eagle claws, its body was covered with hard hair like a hedgehog, a pair of bat-like wings, and a poisonous stinger like a scorpion's tail. Achi quickly guessed the identity of the intruder. It's a manticore, big brother. It's a dark element super warcraft, and its tail is extremely poisonous. Touch it and you'll die. A manticore, huh? List nodded, not intervening in the process of the manticore hunting the Pegasus. According to the ranking system, high-level dragons were more precious than super warcraft. However, from the nervousness and restlessness of the Pegasus herd when facing the manticore, it could be seen that the manticore seemed to feed on the Pegasus. It could be seen that the ranking system of World of Warcraft did not represent the actual combat power. Big brother, do you want to help the Pegasus? They're all Big Brother's personal property, Achi asked. The little siren was deeply influenced by List as she grew up. She already believed in one principle: anything that her big brother liked was her big brother's personal property. Now that List liked the Pegasus herd, the Pegasus naturally belonged to List. Chapter 936. Facing the Manticore's relentless advance, the 17 Pegasi raised their heads and neighed, even rousing their magic power to attack first. However, the Manticore was not in a hurry to attack. It only approached slowly, giving the Pegasi a strong sense of oppression, forcing them into a state of confusion. It was good to win in the chaos and get the prey they wanted. However, the Pegasi were not stupid. They did not disperse, but stayed together to deal with the Manticore together. This confrontation lasted for 2 whole hours. Finally, in a test of willpower and patience, the Manticore won. Some Pegasi in the Pegasi herd could not bear it anymore, turned around, and ran away. One Pegasi ran away, and in an instant, all the Pegasi started to run away. With a whoosh, the entire Pegasi herd flapped their wings and flew above the forest. The Manticore's eyes, which seemed to be filled with hatred, flashed with lightning. It also flapped the huge bat wings on its back and quickly chased after a Pegasi. "Come, Bard, let's follow them." "Wuxia." The invisible dragon responded softly. Its body seemed to teleport, easily following behind the Pegasi and the Manticore. List said to Achi, when the manticore is about to pounce on the Pegasi, interrupt it. Don't let it easily catch the Pegasi, or the Pegasi may not run towards the herd. The Pegasi was a high-level dragon beast with a high IQ. When in danger, it was very likely that it would ask for help from its own kind. However, if the Pegasi could not hold on to the herd, List's plan would naturally fall behind, so he had to control the balance, let the Pegasi have a chance to escape and ask for help, and let the manticore have a chance to catch prey. He only needed to interrupt the rhythm at the crucial moment. The flying Pegasi was graceful, streams of air rising under its beautiful wings. Like a noble white swan, it found a direction and quickly fled. The manticore's flying posture was not so graceful. Its bat wings flapped repeatedly, like a sparrow jumping up and down, but its speed was slightly faster than the Pegasi. This was also why it dared to catch the Pegasi. However, whenever it was about to catch up to the Pegasi in front, it would always find that the Pegasi suddenly burst forth with speed, leaving it a distance behind. This made it angry. It had captured Pegasi several times when it was growing up, and it coveted the smell of Pegasi. It knew very well that these Pegasi were no match for it when it came to escaping. However, it didn't expect the Pegasus in front of it to always have a burst of speed, causing its attacks to miss. However, in the end, the Pegasus didn't have enough explosive power. It only managed to pull away a little before it slowed down again. Seeing this situation, the manticore couldn't hold it in any longer. It flapped its wings with all its might and charged towards the Pegasus. It had no intention of giving up the delicacy that was already in its mouth. Just like that, they flew for dozens of miles. Although the group of Pegasi fled in panic, their formation did not disperse. They were still hurriedly flying in one direction. The manticore was out of breath. It was huge and not good at long-distance flying, but its prey was right next to its mouth. It was unwilling to give up, so it could only sprint. One more time, and I'll definitely bite it to death. This was probably the true portrayal of its inner thoughts. Unfortunately, the big hands of fate were in the hands of Achi, who was in the material boundary, or rather, in the hands of List. He could always rely on the power of magic to push the Pegasus at the critical moment. He didn't push too much, just let the Pegasus just happen to avoid the manticore's bite. But fate was also unpredictable. Just when List felt that this plan was very good and victory was in sight, the manticore, which had experienced another failed attack, actually chose to give up. It looked deeply at the Pegasus group flying further and further away with its venomous eyes, and landed below while panting heavily. It finally accepted the cruel reality and announced that its hunt had failed. You actually gave up, the fat meat that was right next to your mouth, and you actually chose to give up, trash. List was furious. First, he let Achi put a spatial magic beacon on the Pegasus group, and then directly rode the invisible dragon to kill the manticore that was hiding in the forest to rest. Taking out the dragon spear, Thunder Fury, he directly used the dragon fighting technique, Toxic Dragon, Drill. The dragon spear stretched out from the material boundary like a drill, and with lightning speed, it pierced into the manticore, who was so tired that it was seeing stars. The powerful power of the dragon knight poured in. The manticore didn't have any reaction and was stabbed to death. Looking at the manticore that was killed with one shot, List quickly organized the space rings, freed one of them, and stuffed the huge manticore into the gem space. The space ring had a diameter of 5 meters, which could barely fit the manticore. After doing all this, there was no hesitation. Following the response of the spatial magic beacon, he quickly chased the Pegasus group. He wanted to see if the Pegasus group would continue to seek refuge in the large group after being frightened, and it was this idea that allowed him to reap rich results. The Pegasus group continued to fly, crossing a distance of hundreds of kilometers with good endurance before lightly landing in a valley surrounded by mountains. In the vision of the crystal white orbit, there was a flat land with sparse trees but exuberant weeds in the valley, on which hundreds of leisurely Pegasus were scattered. Green-gray mana retroaction lights rose and fell, among which there were 3 special green lights, which were a kind of emerald color. And on the top of the Pegasus's head, there was a sharp horn slightly longer than the horse's head. Storm Dragon Horse. List felt relieved. Hard work paid off. Although his plan to have the Manticore chase the Pegasus had failed midway, he still achieved the final result he wanted. He found a Pegasus with a single horn on its head, which was also known as a unicorn, the Storm Dragon Horse. And 3 Storm Dragon Horses at once. Restraining his excitement, he did not go down to capture them. Instead, he remained at the material boundary, observing the Pegasus group and the 3 Storm Dragon Horses. A vague doubt arose in his mind. The Storm Dragon Horse is indeed a unicorn, and it is extraordinary in itself. The magic power of the horn on its head is definitely at a high magic level. But this mission is to help Achi find a mount. With Achi's identity as a high mage, is she going to ride this kind of Storm Dragon Horse? It wasn't that he looked down on the Storm Dragon Horse, but that it really wasn't worthy of Achi. After all, the invisible dragon bard had wanted Achi to ride it. But Achi had rejected it. How could the Storm Dragon Horse be Achi's mount? Just as he was pondering, a cloud of smoke appeared out of nowhere and quickly condensed into illusory serpentines. Mission completed. Reward, Storm Dragon Horse. In a flash, the smoke suddenly dispersed and condensed into a new serpentine. Mission, even if it is a Pegasus with a single horn, it is just an ordinary Pegasus and cannot match Achi's identity as a high mage. However, while feeling dejected, did you notice that the real unicorn is secretly observing you and Achi? Perhaps all you need to do is stay away from Achi. Reward, 1 unicorn. Seeing the first half of the mission, List was pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, the power of fate was a projection of his will. The Storm Dragon Horse was simply not worthy of Achi's identity. But Chapter 937. No matter how angry or wronged he was, he could not change the content of the smoke mission. It was still for him to stay away from Achi and not obstruct the unicorn's approach. Preposterous. After taking 3 deep breaths, he calmed himself down and regained his calmness and composure. He reviewed the content of the smoke mission with a calm mind, but when he looked at the content again, a nameless rage quickly rose in his heart. It was unbearable, this was blatant slander against him. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. He secretly confronted his impatience. In the end, his rationality won over his impulsiveness, and he seriously considered the mission. A Pegasus with a horn is just an ordinary Pegasus. The real unicorn is observing in the dark. Does this mean that the unicorn I saw isn't a real unicorn, or that there's an even stronger unicorn? The reward of the smoke mission was a unicorn. However, there were 3 unicorns at the scene. As long as List was willing to capture them, they would not be able to escape, so they did not meet the reward of the smoke mission. Furthermore, the previous mission had already rewarded him with a Storm Dragon Horse. So, the ordinary hornless horses in the Pegasus herd are high-grade dragon Pegasi, the Pegasus with a horn is a super dragon, the Storm Dragon Horse, and there's an even more mystical, real unicorn hidden in the dark. List could not guess what a real unicorn was, but that did not stop him from putting down his pride. He said to Achi, I have a strong feeling that the unicorns we found are not real unicorns. Real unicorns are probably as mystical as the legends say, full of affection for girls. Achi was puzzled. Brother, are you saying that these 3 Storm Dragon Horses are not unicorns? But they do have a horn. The ones with a horn are only Storm Dragon Horses, which are of a higher grade than Pegasus. However, unicorns are far more mystical than subdragons like phoenixes. They're almost as mystical as dragons. I didn't believe it at first, but I felt a mystical gaze staring at us. Are the real unicorns nearby? Achi did not understand, but found it amazing. List nodded. That's what I guessed. That's why I'm going to hide with Bard, and you'll continue to attract the unicorns here. According to the legends, unicorns are very kind and like pure girls. Achi, you fit the bill very well. If it dares to hurt you, protect yourself first. Bard and I will rush forward and kill it. Achi nodded and even clenched her fist. She said confidently, "Don't worry, big brother. Achi has already mastered the water element, ice element, and space element incarnation. She's also in the process of developing the earth element incarnation. Her strength is no weaker than the Dragon Knight." Yes. He stroked Achi's beautiful blue hair and sent her to the ground. Then, he quickly rode Bard and flew into the sky. After retreating to a distance of nearly 1 kilometer, he took out his binoculars, activated his crystal white vision, and quietly stared at the place where Achi was standing. Occasionally, he would search the surroundings, trying to find the unicorn. In his field of vision, Achi first hid in the material boundary. As a magic shooter who mastered the spatial elemental incarnation, she could easily enter and exit the material boundary. However, there was no movement for a moment, so she found a rock to sit on and took out a magic book to read. Her figure also appeared from the material boundary. Only then did the Pegasi and storm dragon horses that were grazing around notice Achi. There was a small commotion, and the entire herd of Pegasi moved a distance away. But as Achi quietly read, these Pegasi quickly relaxed and unconsciously returned to Achi's side. Occasionally, a Pegasi raised its head, looked at Achi, and then lowered its head to continue grazing. They completely treated Achi as a harmless creature. Of course, Achi really didn't have any intention of harming the Pegasi. The one who really had the intention was List, not the siren magic shooter who was immersed in the world of magic. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The unicorn didn't appear, and the smoke mission wasn't completed. List frowned. Could it be that I'm too close? Maybe I really should stay away. Just thinking about it made him angry, but he still suppressed his emotions and rode Bard back 5 kilometers away. He set up his binoculars and carefully watched Achi and her surroundings. Half an hour later, there was still no sign of the unicorn. List was so bored that he started talking nonsense with the invisible dragon using the mind as one connection. "Bard, do you think I'm a good person? Are you a good person or not? Recently, the taste of this batch of smoke grass has deteriorated a bit. List, do you think my taste is bad, or is the smoke grass sprite worm not working hard enough? Aren't you afraid of cavities from eating it every day? You should eat less. It will be better to eat it once in a while. I understand, but I still think that the smoke grass needs to be improved. Let the Magic Guild's mages evolve the smoke grass sprite worm into a smoke grass lesser sprite. This will definitely improve the taste. Do you think that a sprite worm can casually evolve into a lesser sprite? Why don't you just throw me a few space gems? I gave you the red dragon water in vain. Hee, everyone has a share of the red dragon water, not me alone. How about this, I'll give you a red dragon water in exchange for a space gem. 100 for 1. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? 3 for 1. Why don't you just rob someone? 3 vials of red dragon water can't even condense the outer skin of a space gem. I have to use my superior magic to condense it. 50 vials, I'll eat a loss, I'll trade. 10 vials for 1. Impossible, 40 vials. 15 vials, no more. 40 vials, no second price. 20 vials, I'm bleeding my capital. 40 vials, this is my bottom line. 25 vials, do you agree or not? If you don't, I won't trade. 40 vials. Bard sent him a firm message, take it or leave it. He didn't want to haggle with List anymore. List also turned silent. In the Steel Ridge Kingdom, the red dragon water could easily be sold for 20,000 gold coins per vial. In other countries, even 30,000 gold coins might not be on the market. Therefore, 40 vials of red dragon water were worth nearly 1.2 million gold coins. 1.2 million gold coins for a space gem was not a loss for the dragon-raising family. However, List himself was raising the invisible dragon, and he was unwilling to exchange so much red dragon water for it. Now, he and Achi had 6 space rings, which was barely enough. Thus, the topic stopped. He was unwilling to buy, and the invisible dragon was unwilling to sell. But at this time, through the binoculars, he saw Achi suddenly put down the magic book in her hand and turn her head to look at a certain place in the forest. This was not a casual look, but rather something. But when List turned the binoculars around, he could not see what Achi was looking at. There was no new mana retroaction light in his crystal-white field of vision. Strange, Achi has clearly discovered the unicorn, so why can't I see the unicorn's mana retroaction light? Could it be that the unicorn can turn invisible like the invisible dragon? The thought had just arisen when he rejected it. According to legend, the unicorn could not turn invisible. Moreover, when the unicorn appeared, many people could see it. However, only pure virgins could approach the unicorn. Its special ability was probably to distinguish between good and evil. The next moment, he had a flash of inspiration. I carefully searched the Pegasus herd before and couldn't find the unicorn, but the smoke mission indicated that the unicorn was spying in the surroundings. Could it be that the unicorn can hide its mana retroaction light? In that case, I can see it with my naked eye. Thinking of this, he directly dispersed the crystal-white track and used his naked eye to look. Sure enough, in the lens of the binoculars, a white and flawless Pegasus, almost to the point of being crystal clear, appeared. Bathed in a faint colorful glow, its 4 hooves did not touch the ground as it slowly approached Achi while treading on the air. Its body was not larger than the Pegasus or the storm draconic horse. It was just that the spiral horn on its head was not the silver horn of the storm draconic horse, but a golden horn that glittered like pure gold. Even at such a distance, and seeing it through the binoculars, the word holy came to List's mind immediately. This is a real unicorn. To clarify. Chapter 938. The pure and holy unicorn was like a divine flying horse carved out of white jade, its body emitting a faint 7-colored radiance. The golden spiral horn showed its nobility without a doubt. Its soft mane and tail seemed to be woven from the clouds in the sky, and its streamlined body was both powerful and beautiful. Its pair of wide and flawless wings not only did not look out of place, but instead set off the extraordinary temperament of the unicorn. Its 4 hooves stepped in the air, creating circles of misty ripples. Apart from its golden horns, the only part of its body that was not white was its pair of big, bright, black eyes. Due to the distance, the details could not be seen clearly, but its black gem-like eyes made its white and cold posture suddenly sublimate to a lively and interesting temperament. It walked slowly to Achi's side, snorted like a horse, and then looked at Achi. Showing intimacy. Achi was very short, and the unicorn was about 4 meters tall, about the same size as List's black blood horse king, Lightning. She wanted to reach out and touch the unicorn's head, but she could not reach it. However, the unicorn quickly lowered its head and let Achi touch the threaded golden horn on its head with a smile. Sure enough, the legends are true. List could not help but sigh when he saw the harmony between man and nature through the telescope. He was actually not angry about the smoke mission asking him to stay away. He was actually very happy that Achi could get the unicorn's favor. This trip was originally to find a suitable mount for Achi. The more noble and holy the unicorn was, the more it suited Achi's identity. I'm getting more and more curious about how many legendary creatures and treasures really exist. There is a real unicorn above the storm dragon horse, so is there a real phoenix above the blazing dragon bird? What's above the lightning dragon turtle? There were also many legendary creatures as magical as the unicorn. The three-headed hellhound that suppressed the land of exile, the sea monster Hydra that roamed in the Devil's Sea, the three-headed monster Chimera that had the head of a goat, a lion, and a snake, the giant wolf Fenrir that constantly ran on the icy land, the giant python that circled the continent head to tail, and the unkillable giant lion Nimia. There was also the guardian of the golden apple, a laden dragon that could not fly and could only run on the ground. In addition, there were also records of Asian dragons that were as powerful as dragons, the Leviathan, the behemoth of the sea, the behemoth of the land, and the behemoth of the sky. Do all these creatures exist? Are they as magical as the legends say? Liszt didn't want to believe that there were stronger creatures besides dragons, but he had seen the incision on the emerald dragon's hind leg. It was definitely left by a creature more terrifying than the holy dragon. He had also obtained the wood of the golden apple. The handle of the scepter of time was made of this wood. If there was the wood of the golden apple, there would naturally be the golden apple. As for La Dong Long, who was guarding the golden apple, why wasn't he real? Most importantly, Liszt had once seen an even more powerful existence, the Weave Dragon. The mana emitted by this dragon supported the entire magic civilization. If even such an inconceivable creature could exist, what else could not exist? In this magical world, anything is possible. He continued to observe the unicorn through the telescope. He could clearly see the unicorn's appearance with his naked eye, but once he used crystal track, the unicorn would disappear from his field of vision. He couldn't see the light of mana retroaction, nor could he see the unicorn's crystalline structure. It was as if such a creature had never existed. It was very magical, and Liszt wanted to find out more about it. However, he resisted the urge and didn't approach, giving a chi time to subdue the unicorn. Unlike the dragon that Liszt subdued, the unicorn approached a chi of its own accord and quickly knelt on its forelegs, lowering its body so that a chi could climb on its wings. Although it had an extra pair of wings, it didn't affect riding. A chi was already skilled in horsemanship, so she was soon able to ride the unicorn for a leisurely stroll on the ground. When the storm dragon horses and Pegasi saw the unicorn approaching, they all lowered their heads to show their respect, as if they were subjects meeting their lord. He didn't know what the relationship between the unicorn and the Pegasi was, but among the Pegasi community, the unicorn was the king. The storm dragon horses were second to it, and the Pegasi were the lowest. After slowly galloping for a moment, the unicorn soon gently flapped its wings and flew. Its wings were more like decorations, not flapping much. However, its speed of flight wasn't slow at all. It was like a shooting star that suddenly shot into the sky, and then suddenly landed on the treetops. It was even faster and more agile than the teleportation of the invisible dragon. The most peculiar thing was that when it flew at high speed, it would leave a rainbow behind it. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The colors weren't very obvious, and they quickly dissipated. However, the effect it brought was definitely at the level of a dream. A chi quickly fell in love with the unicorn. Even Liszt, who was watching from afar, had the heart of a young girl, wanting a unicorn that could create a rainbow. After flying for about half an hour, the unicorn began to fly toward Liszt with a chi on its back. When approaching the material boundary where the invisible dragon was hiding, the unicorn clearly hesitated for a moment, as if it already knew that the invisible dragon was hiding at the material boundary. It was unknown what a chi said to it, but the unicorn relaxed and slowly approached the invisible dragon. "Brother, tell Bard to come out. A chi has already spoken to the unicorn." Hearing a chi's shout, Liszt emerged from the material boundary and quietly floated in the sky. Bard stared at the unicorn, full of curiosity. Both he and Liszt fell in love with this unicorn that could create rainbows. "Wuxia." Bard tried to greet it. Snort. The unicorn opposite him snorted. It was unknown if it was responding to Bard. "A chi, the unicorn can understand you?" List's eyes sparkled. He really wanted to ride the unicorn to prove that he was also a pure person. The unicorn is very powerful, brother. Not only can it understand a Chi's words, but it can also directly communicate with a Chi through consciousness. It also has many mystical aspects, but because it has never come into contact with humans, many of its habits and abilities are waiting for a Chi to slowly explore. It has never come into contact with humans? List urged Bard to descend slightly. He glanced at the unicorn's crotch and discovered that it was bare. Is it male or female? Brother, the unicorn has no gender. No gender? Yes, like dragons and elves, it has no gender. But a Chi doesn't know where it was born, and the unicorn itself doesn't know either. It has lived among the Pegasus for as long as it can remember, and it was the female Pegasus who took care of it. Now, all the Pegasus in the Pegasus forest listen to it. So it lets you ride it. Does it mean it recognizes you as its master? I don't know. It just likes a Chi very much, and a Chi likes unicorns very much, so it is willing to listen to a Chi's commands. A Chi smiled proudly, like a child who had gotten her favorite toy. Even though she had become a knowledgeable magic shooter, she still retained the innocence of a siren. Perhaps it was this innocence that attracted the holy unicorn. Did you trigger a contract or spirit merge? No, we can only communicate through consciousness. Hearing that there was no contract between a Chi and the unicorn, or that there was a spirit merge like riding a dragon, List was a little disappointed. He actually believed in the constraints of contracts, but since there was no contract, it was best to lure the unicorn and the entire Pegasus herd to Flame Island. Chapter 939. In the next 2 days, List and a Chi stayed in the valley, familiarizing themselves with the unicorn. The bone dragon Winnie, the fire dragon Leo, and the invisible dragon Bard scattered around the periphery of the valley, each occupying a place to rest. In order not to disturb the Pegasus herd, List didn't let them get close to the valley. A Chi got along very well with the unicorn. She was basically familiar with all the magical characteristics of the unicorn. However, when it came to List, he could not even touch the unicorn. Even when a Chi spoke up for List, the unicorn still refused to let List touch it, let alone try riding it. Interesting, I like it. List could only laugh dryly to hide his embarrassment. Usually, he was the one riding a dragon, and others were envious. Now that it was a Chi riding a unicorn, he was envious. Life was full of ups and downs. Fortunately, he could not ride the unicorn, but he could ride the Pegasus and storm dragon horses. A Chi could command the Pegasus not to resist. Thus, in the next 2 days, List rode all 3 storm dragon horses. He even personally gathered some fodder that the Pegasus liked to eat. With the unicorn suppressing them and the lure of the fodder, the 3 storm dragon horses no longer resisted List, and he could ride them as he pleased. The storm dragon horse was not as dreamy and beautiful as the unicorn, but it was still a top-notch super dragon beast. It could fly at more than 150 kilometers per hour, and it could fly for a day and a night without tiring. Even an ordinary Pegasus could fly at more than 100 kilometers per hour, and could easily fly for 3 to 5 hours. When running on the ground, the Pegasus was about the same speed as the storm dragon horse, about 100 kilometers per hour. However, their endurance was astonishing, and they could run all day. After all, they were high-level super dragon beasts, and they were many times stronger than ordinary dragon horses. If orders of chivalry could equip a large number of Pegasus, their combat power would definitely be terrifying. After all, the combat power of an ordinary Pegasus was equivalent to that of a sword saint. At that time, unless the Dragon Knight took action, the Domain Knight and Ancient Warrior inheritors would not be enough. At that moment, another neigh came from the sky. A small group of Pegasi flew over and landed in the valley, neighing at the 3 storm dragon horses in the lead. The storm dragon horses responded, and the new Pegasus strolled quietly in the valley, grazing with the other Pegasus. This was the fourth batch of Pegasi that had arrived in the past 2 days. Of course, it wasn't the Pegasi that came on their own initiative, but List's idea. He asked Achi to communicate with the unicorn, and through the unicorn, he ordered the Pegasi herd to call back all the scattered Pegasi. When he left, he would take away all the Pegasi in the Pegasus forest, leaving none for the Steel Ridge Kingdom. On day. As the last 2 batches of Pegasi arrived, the unicorn told Achi that all the Pegasi in the forest had returned, except for those that had been captured by human knights. Dragon 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 dragon, and the Pegasus dragon ZT dragon. It, dragon 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 with the valley, it with dragon dragon dragon, and 1,000, with dragon, king. According to the unicorn, the storm dragon horse's horn had been broken by a human knight in battle. At that time, a noble lord led the orders of chivalry to capture it, and then it killed them all. However, its spiral silver horn was also broken, its soul was injured, and its temperament changed greatly. They were hostile to humans, but they seemed to feel inferior in front of their own kind. If not for the unicorn's forceful suppression, it would have fought to the death with List the moment it saw him. The Pegasus and the Storm Dragon Horse were extremely afraid of the unicorn's authority, and did not dare to question its orders. In terms of size, unicorns were indeed very similar to Pegasi. But in terms of life essence, unicorns were a completely different species from Pegasi and Storm Dragon Horses. After all, they didn't even have reproductive organs. Moreover, as Achi continued to explore, the unicorn's abilities became more and more mystical. Every time she discovered an ability, the gap between her and the Pegasus widened. Even if one did not look at their appearances, a Pegasus and a unicorn could not be compared at all. Brother, Achi discovered a new ability of Charlie. It's based on the essence of the elements and has the ability to increase the magic level of a spellcaster. Achi said happily as she rode Charlie the unicorn down from the sky. The name Charlie was given by List. Even though the unicorn was extremely arrogant, it could not escape from List's shadow. As long as Achi was convinced, the name Charlie was destined to accompany the unicorn for life. As for the name, Charlie, itself, it was List's deliberate bad taste. It originated from an American cartoon, Charlie the Unicorn. There was a unicorn named Charlie who was tricked by red and blue unicorns. When he entered Candy Mountain, his kidney was stolen. In fact, when List saw the unicorn, he inexplicably thought of this cartoon. Then, the tone of the red and blue unicorns tricking Charlie appeared in his mind. Charlie. Charlie, increase the magic level of a spellcaster? List raised his eyebrows. Achi, you mean, if you release magic, Charlie can increase your high-level magic to the supreme magic level? Brother, look. Achi casually released an ice magic and condensed a huge ice shield. The magic attached to it was easily seen by List. It was already an ice supreme magic. He picked up the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, unleashed Dragon's fighting energy, and slashed at the ice shield. Boom! A crack appeared on the ice shield, but it did not shatter. Obviously, it could still withstand many of his attacks. After discovering this fact, List could not help but marvel at the power of the unicorn's ability. It actually increased the high magic Achi absorbed from the magic net by a whole level and became a supreme magic. It must be known that there was an essential difference between a supreme magic and a high magic. Supreme magic was rare in nature, and most of them were carried by dragons. The dragon's supreme magic could turn into metals, gems, eternal flames, storms that blew all year round, condensed gem spaces, and could carry magic forms, and so on. Achi, you can rely on Charlie to control supreme magic. Does that mean that your supreme magic also has an eternal attribute? Regardless of whether supreme magic became an inextinguishable flame, an incessant storm, or a metal or gemstone, they were essentially the eternal embodiment of magic power. The embodiment of ordinary metals was not obvious, but the magic power of gemstones could exist for a long time, and magic metals also had the ability to communicate with magic power. Unlike low and high magic, which quickly dissipated after being released, even if it turned into stone or ice, it would no longer have any magic properties. Hearing this, Achi shook her head. "Brother, look at this ice shield. It melts very slowly. If there is no external interference, it might take 3 to 5 days to completely melt. But it will still melt eventually. Without the blessing of Charlie's ability, the supreme magic will quickly fall back to high magic." In other words, these supreme magic were essentially the embodiment of the unicorn's ability, and not the unicorn itself. Well, although you do not have an eternal attribute, so the value of your magic is not as high as expected, but if you cooperate with Charlie, your combat power will definitely not be inferior to any dragon knight. Even if I only ride an ordinary resource dragon, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat you. List was somewhat melancholy. A dragon knight that did not ride a dragon would definitely not be able to defeat a magic shooter. In the past, List could still rely on riding a dragon to call himself the strongest in the Fire Kingdom. Now, he might have to be more careful. Riding a light emerald dragon like Issen, who was not strong in combat, might not be able to defeat Achi. Chapter 940. Achi wanted to protect List. This was the thought that had been engraved in the little siren's mind since she was protected by List. List did not refuse Achi's kindness, nor did he have the idea of being protected by a woman. He and Achi had probably reached the point where it didn't matter who protected who. Anyway, they were already standing at the peak of the world's power. List smiled. List returned to the topic. So, raising the level of magic power is Charlie's new ability. In this way, Charlie's ability is even more powerful. Perhaps his combat power is not as strong as that of a dragon, but the increase in strength that he can bring to the rider, especially the mage, is indeed something that dragons can't match. As early as the moment Achi rode on Charlie the unicorn, the smoke mission had been completed. Mission completed. Reward, a unicorn. This meant that the unicorn had become Achi's exclusive mount, which was also equivalent to a powerful auxiliary power that List had. Helping Achi was equivalent to helping him, there was no difference. For the next 3 days, he cooperated with Achi to study Charlie's abilities. Charlie, who was very fond of Achi, was also very cooperative, constantly displaying his abilities. After a summary, there were roughly 5 magical and incredible abilities. The first, Void Gallop. Charlie did not have the ability to fly in the traditional sense. Its wings were just for show, and it could not release any wind magic. Its so-called flight was actually more like running in the void. Space and matter had no binding force on it, and it could run even in the water. Moreover, its speed in the void was so fast that when it sprinted, its figure was hard to see with the naked eye. According to Achi's calculations, Charlie's fastest sprint speed had exceeded the speed of sound, reaching 1,400 km per hour, which was faster than Achi swimming at the speed of sound in the water. However, sprinting at top speed did not last long. Charlie could maintain sprinting at top speed for up to 2 hours, and its normal running speed was about 500 km per hour. The second, Listening to Good and Evil. Charlie could distinguish the attitude of humans and any creature towards it, whether it was kind or malicious. Moreover, it could communicate with many creatures and understand what most creatures wanted to express. It was definitely a qualified translator. The third, Eyes of Truth. No means of concealment could be used in front of Charlie. At a glance, it could see through the invisible dragon hiding in the material boundary. Be it this kind of spatial concealment, camouflage, or transformation, nothing could escape its eyes. The fourth was the Pure Element. There seemed to be no magic flow in Charlie's body, but it could cooperate with Achi to show various characteristics similar to elemental incarnation. In particular, the space elemental incarnation allowed it to follow a chi into the material boundary and travel through space with the help of the invisible dragon bard. The fifth one was magic power enhancement. This was the ability a chi had just discovered. It could enhance a spellcaster's magic power to a higher level. Each of the 5 abilities was miraculous, making the unicorn's value equal to that of a dragon. To some extent, unicorns were even more valuable than dragons. It was true that it could not produce resources and did not have the combat power to suppress a country. However, if it was used with a magic shooter, it could allow a magic shooter to unleash a powerful combat power comparable to a dragon knight. The ability to listen to good and evil allowed it to act as a translator in front of various creatures, which was definitely beneficial to the development of animal husbandry and breeding. For example, it could control the Pegasus herd. This was of great value and could help List in his new smoke mission. Mission: Charlie the Unicorn has become a chi's profitable mount and assistant. Although you don't know the relationship between the Pegasus herd and unicorns, this will not prevent you from migrating them to Flame Island and making them the exclusive Pegasus herd of the Flame family. Please complete this migration of Pegasus. Reward: Son's Child Blood Password. With Charlie the Unicorn, driving the Pegasus to Flame Island was a piece of cake. As for the mission reward, List was a little surprised, but he did not feel surprised. There was a group of great mages in the Guild of Magic who were immersed in druid magic all day long. They studied druid transformation, magic bean planting, and the growth of transformation trees. And the basis of all druid magic research was the blood of Sun's child. The descendants of the Sun, Phil the Old Cobbler, were born batch after batch. This group of mages arranged a group of willing female serfs to borrow seeds from Old Phil and bribed Old Phil's legitimate widow wife, so that there was no problem in borrowing seeds. It was submitted to the committee for review and handed over to List to make a decision. The great mages also swore that they would never mistreat the newborn babies of Sun's child, and would train them as magic apprentices. After hesitating for a long time, List reluctantly agreed to this request. He also hoped that druid magic could really shine and contribute value to the Fire Kingdom. I'm finally going to crack the blood password of Sun's child. Does this mean that in the future, the mages of the Fire Kingdom? No, it should be the Arcanists, will also be able to cast druid transformation magic? List's identity as a mage was gradually fading. In the future, all the researchers and spellcasters related to magic would be collectively known as Arcanists. No matter what, he would not let the mages return to the battle order. As the beneficiary and manipulator of the Knight system, he needed to ensure that the Knight's ruling position would not be shaken for 10,000 years. Achi, you and Charlie are almost done getting used to each other. It's time to leave the Pegasus Forest. On the 22nd of July, List decided to return. They left on the 10th of July, and had already spent 12 days in the Pegasus Forest. The return journey would probably take another 2 days, which was exactly 2 weeks, which was in line with the expectations of the departure. Any more delay, and there would be a lot of accumulated work to do when he returned to the territory. Even if he could throw most of the work to his followers and his father, Marquis Oxtail. The country's early days could not be separated from his decisions. A large part of the reason was his own doing. He blindly pursued big work and started countless projects at the same time, which made his subordinates and officials unable to coordinate and maintain such a huge mess. Brother, Achi has already told Charlie that it will let the Pegasus herd leave with it. Yes, let's first plan a route to avoid the places where humans live, and then approach the coastline. But these Pegasus probably do not have the ability to fly across the sea, so we need Achi's help. Don't worry, brother. Achi can already release supreme magic, so it won't be a problem to bring the Pegasus herd to sea. That was indeed the case. When the Pegasus came to the seaside, Achi directly condensed a few huge ice shields, which floated on the surface of the sea. When all the Pegasus were on the ice, she rode on Charlie the Unicorn and controlled the water flow to move the ice quickly on the surface of the sea. After a short acceleration, they quickly reached a speed close to the speed of sound. Achi, are you tired? List and Bard also stood on a huge ice shield. It's very easy. With Charlie's help, the cost of casting spells is very small, but the effect is very strong. Achi touched Charlie's silky mane and replied with a smile. She was in a very good mood these few days with such a beautiful and powerful mount. An hour and a half later, the Pegasus herd successfully arrived at the Island of the Heart. Chapter 941. The spectacular sight of the Pegasi stepping out of the magic sweeping reed attracted many onlookers. It was the first time many people had seen a beautiful, spirited, and winged horse. The Flame Person and Moonkiller Person all raised their heads and tried their best to look, wanting to admire this elegant creature that looked like a white swan. Suddenly, a knight pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Horns, these Pegasi have horns, long silver horns. Knight's glory, is that a unicorn I'm looking at?" A unicorn? A knight heard the exclamation and quickly found the storm dragon horse with a silver spiral horn on its head, then quickly joined in the exclamation. "It's really a unicorn. Unbelievable, I'm actually looking at a unicorn, the purest creature in legends. 1, 2, 3, 4, there are actually 4 unicorns, and one of them has a broken horn. Knight's glory, His Highness actually brought back so many Pegasi and unicorns, unbelievable. What's so unbelievable about that? You should know that His Highness used to raise phoenixes in Thorn Castle." Some knight quickly calmed down after the excitement, retorting with a tone of someone who had seen much of the world. "That's right, His Highness has even ridden so many dragons, these unicorns and phoenixes are nothing." At this moment, just as the Pegasi group flew out of the magic sweeping reed gate, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. One of the figures was very familiar to the knights. It was the holy and incredible invisible dragon Bard, the great dragon knight lord who often rode Bard to inspect the place. However, the next figure quickly caused the knights to fall into a daze. It was a spirited creature that looked like a Pegasus. It was pure white and flawless, with a golden horn on its head and a body covered in rainbows. Its noble temperament did not lose to that of a dragon, and it was as beautiful as a dreamy creature. It's His Highness Achilles. His Highness Magic Shooter is riding a unicorn, right? Yes, that's a real unicorn. Legend has it that only the purest of girls can approach unicorns, and only His Highness Achilles is qualified to ride one. The Pegasus and Unicorn Pegasus flying in front of us are no match for His Highness Achilles' mount. Just as List had expected, Charlie the unicorn's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Even the invisible dragon Bard paled in comparison. Of course, it wasn't that the knights felt that unicorns were nobler, but rather that they had seen the invisible dragon often, so it was no longer a novelty to them. It was their first time seeing a unicorn. "Big brother, Achi is going to settle down the Pegasus herd. It might take some time to find a place that the Pegasus like, but Charlie is very fast. It should only take a few days," Achi said. "Okay, you go ahead. I have to go back to take care of business. Let me know when you've chosen the Pegasus habitat." "I'll personally supervise the territorial officials to build a Pegasus ranch. I hope the Pegasus herd will be of use to me as soon as possible," List replied, thinking about his Burning Legion. At present, the Burning Legion's plans were already very rich. Orders of chivalry with the Flame Dragon Bird as a mount, orders of chivalry with the Giant Elephant as a mount, Blizzard orders of chivalry with the Blizzard Beast as a mount, and ordinary burning orders of chivalry with the Black Blood Horse as a mount. Now there were the Pegasus orders of chivalry with the Pegasus as a mount. Of course, there were still many difficulties in forming all these orders of chivalry. The Flame Dragon Bird could not be mass-produced, and the Fire Demon Swordsman had not yet been trained, no suitable breeding plan had been found for the Blizzard Beast, and the Bloodline Fruit was too rare to produce Blizzard Beasts in batches. However, if one did not accumulate step by step, one could always expand the Burning Legion into a powerful guard of the Flame family. Fighting in the north and south, unifying the continent. Looking at the white swan-like Pegasus and imagining his Burning Legion, List suddenly thought of Big Bear and Bramble that he had abandoned in the Pegasus forest. The value of 2 high-level World of Warcraft was not low, but it was not easy to bring them back, so he did not look for them again. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Shaking his head, he thought of his 100 gold coins. Because he directly found the Pegasus herd, he did not go to the ranger to buy information. Now that he thought about it, although the money was not much, he always felt a little regretful. In a trance, a cloud of smoke appeared in front of him, forming a new serpentine content. Mission completed. Reward, the blood password of the Sun's Child. The new mission quickly covered the reward content. Mission, if you want to be rich, first build roads. However, for a world where magic exists, perhaps the magic teleportation array is the best way. As the Flame King, why not find more natural nodes to lay out a transportation network? Reward, new paper. Oh, if you want to be rich, first build roads. Sure enough, only my will can project this line. A special sense of superiority flashed through List's heart when it came to the words and sentences of the smoke mission. He immediately began to think, rewarding me with new paper, is the White Paper Workshop going to release a new product? I feel that the quality of the current white paper is good enough. Could the new product be the paper towels I had them produce before? With the invention of white paper, thick bast paper, which tasted bad, was expensive, and had little to write on, had been completely eliminated from the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Not only did white paper monopolize the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, it was also sold on a large scale to the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom. It became a product that the nobles flocked to. Every time he received a gift from the royal family, List would choose some white paper, glass, porcelain, perfume, and other items that he felt were worthless, but others felt were of high value as gifts in return. Among them, white paper was the most important, especially high-quality white paper. Because of the different techniques and pulp, the quality of the white paper produced differed greatly. At present, the workshop mainly produced and sold 3 kinds of white paper: hard paper, coarse paper, and fine paper. Hard paper was thick cardboard. It was very simple to make and could be used to fold cartons and boxes. Coarse paper was the kind of inferior paper that was used to wipe buttocks. Fine paper was standard white paper that could be used for writing smoothly. It was very expensive, and only the great nobles could afford it. The White Paper Workshop also produced a kind of tribute paper that was not sold to outsiders but exclusively for List's use. Its quality was comparable to that of Xian paper. This was also one of the main gifts he gave to the royal families of the various countries. However, he was still not satisfied. He felt that the White Paper Workshop should also develop another type of paper like paper towels to replace handkerchiefs and napkins. After a while, the person in charge of the White Paper Workshop should report to me. Maybe then he will come with paper towels to ask for credit? List felt that this was the reward of the smoke mission. Although he could produce paper towels without the interference of the smoke mission, he still decided to take the time to find a new natural node. Chapter 942. Naturally, the search for the node would have to wait until the official business was done. List first returned to Fire Fort. He did not plan to start dealing with official business immediately. He first had a meal, and then went back to communicate with his dragons. He had not seen the gray iron dragon Orn, the light emerald dragon Ethan, and the mountain copper dragon Marta for 2 weeks. The dragons should miss him very much. However, as soon as he returned to Fire Fort, before he had time to take a bath, Butler Carter reported, "Master, you asked the knight to find the statue of the Moon Killer tribe. They have found 5 parts, including an arm statue. They are all placed in the castle's warehouse. Would you like to take a look? The armed statue. Okay, I'll go now. List raised his eyebrows and immediately walked to the warehouse. The warehouse collected 5 parts of the statue fragments. He directly smashed all the statue fragments. The first 4 fragments did not have anything sealed in them. Only the 5th arm statue looked like a broken hand holding a round box. After smashing it, it revealed the artifact sealed in it. After wiping away the gravel and dust, it was a crown dotted with countless gems. So the gem crown reward from the previous smoke mission is here. It was not the Sapphire Grand Duke who wanted to give me a crown. List held the gem crown with both hands and looked at it carefully. It's a very interesting gem crown. It's completely made of some kind of golden thread tied with large and small gems. The gem crown in his hand was a crown with a dome structure. The entire dome was inlaid with various gems. Some gems were as big as quail eggs, and some were as small as marbles. Compared to the usual dragon gems, these gems were relatively small. However, when List used magic eyes, he did not find that the magic power in them was thinner than the big dragon gems. Every gem is similar to a normal gem. There is no difference in the grade, and it seems that this gem crown does not have a duplicate gem. He identified the gems one by one. The sapphire sequence was transparent sapphire, 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 azure sapphire, royal sapphire, cornflower sapphire. The ruby sequence was bright amethyst, thick amethyst, amethyst, purple ruby, deep ruby, bright ruby, thick ruby, ruby, pink ruby, light pink ruby, emerald sequence, light emerald, gold emerald, emerald emerald, emerald emerald, yellow emerald, golden emerald. There were also more than 10 types of gems between red, green, and blue that List could not identify. There were a total of 36 gems. The gems of the gem dragon are divided into 3 sequences, red, blue, and green. The principle is somewhat similar to the 3 primary colors visible to the human eye. I only know of 22 types of gem dragons. This gem crown actually has a total of 36 different gems, which means that there are at least 36 types of gem dragons. Regarding information about dragons, even the dragon-rearing clans did not know much. Even if they did, they would not publicize it. Therefore, List's knowledge of dragons was still very limited. It was impossible for him to know all the gemstone dragons. This jewel crown uses 36 gems. With the power of the ancient magic shooters ruling the entire legendary continent, I'm afraid they could really find all the jewel dragons. Could it be that there are 36 types of jewel dragons? He really wanted to appraise this crown immediately. Unfortunately, the ancient book of knowledge was with a chi and could not be contacted for the time being. Therefore, he could only think to himself, 6 artifacts of the ancient magic shooters. I have already obtained the 8 dragons' divine sword, the ancient book of knowledge, the scepter of time, and this jewel crown. There are still 2 left. Which 2 will they be? It seems that these artifacts are related to dragons. Will the remaining 2 also be related to dragons? The 8 dragons' divine sword was forged from the supreme magic of the elemental dragon. The ancient book of knowledge was very magical, and the materials used to make it were still unknown. The scepter of time was made from the time diamond of the twilight dragon and the wood of the golden apple. The jewel crown was almost entirely made from the gems of the gem dragon. Will there be an artifact made from the metal alloy of all the metal dragons? And then the other artifact, will it be made from the materials of the holy dragon? The fairy dragon is in the land of exile, the smoke dragon seems to be just a cloud of smoke, and the twilight dragon has already appeared. He touched his chin and made his own guess. There are still the emerald dragon and the invisible dragon. The emerald dragon's ability should be the enchanting dragon soul fruit that it condensed, which is not easy to make equipment. Taken together, the remaining 2 pieces of equipment are likely to be a weapon made from the metal dragon and a spatial equipment made from the invisible dragon's gem. While he was thinking, he had already put the jewel crown on his head and then looked carefully in the mirror. From the perspective of modern people, the design style of this crown was very old-fashioned and not fashionable at all. But the dense and harmonious and gorgeous gems on the dome alone were enough to amaze and envy. 1 gem alone, or 100 gems alone, was nothing. The key was the types of gems, a total of 36 types. To be able to match such a complete variety of gems, this jewel crown was already priceless based on its rarity alone, enough to become an heirloom of the dragon-raising family. And wearing a priceless heirloom on one's head, even if it looked like a pile of shit, its dignity could not be ignored. What's more, it was a piece of magic equipment. List tried to activate the 36 gems on the jewel crown with his chi. In the blink of an eye, he only felt a powerful force being forcibly injected into his body from the jewel crown. His whole person seemed to have been reborn, and his vitality swelled a lot. His strength, spirit, and chi all reached the peak. I feel like I've never been so powerful. The 36 dragon gems activated at the same time not only enhanced me comprehensively but also exceptionally abundant. Ordinary gem weapons are difficult to use together because of the conflict of magic between the various gems. I didn't expect the jewel crown to be able to stimulate the enhancement of all the gems harmoniously. Feeling the abundant power in his body and the dragon chi that was about to overflow, there was only clarity in his mind. He felt it for a while and directly flew out of Firewood Castle, came to a forest, pulled out the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, and frantically used the Chi secret manual. The Chi move transformed into a monstrous flame, knocking down the trees in the forest one by one, burning and shattering them, leaving charred sword marks on the ground. Strong. Really strong. My current strength is definitely at least 3 to 4 times stronger than before. After a set of Chi's secret manual was used, he put away the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword in his hand without blushing or panting, then took off the jewel crown on his head and held it in his hands. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and the more he looked at its rustic style. After wearing this jewel crown, my personal strength increased crazily. I'm afraid I'll be able to catch up to a normal magic shooter. If I wear this jewel crown while riding a dragon, should be able to increase the strength of a dragon knight by at least 30%. 30% strength is enough to decide the outcome of a battle to slay a dragon. He put on the jewel crown again and looked at the sunset. Chapter 943. After eating and taking a bath, Liz did not choose to spend the night in Firewood Castle. Instead, he put on the jewel crown, rode the invisible dragon bard, and traveled through space to Thorn Castle on Black Horse Island for the night. He wanted to appease his elves, as well as the grey iron dragon Aun, who guarded Black Horse Island. He wanted to ride it and try to leave his spiritual imprint. Many days later, Aun's negative feelings towards him had gradually faded, and he began to try to accept List's care. Positive emotions were constantly heating up. Roar! Aun expressed joy for the arrival of List for the first time. So 1 man and 1 dragon hovered over Black Horse Island at night, not trying to develop too many skills, but trying to practice the Dragon Do Chi secret book created by the previous generations of Grey Iron Dragon Knight. List, wearing the jewel crown, felt that his cooperation with Aun had greatly improved their strength. This artifact was of great value, worthy of being made by an ancient archmage. Of course, perhaps the jewel crown was more suitable for archmages. When the time came, he would give it to a Chi to try it on. Anyway, he and a Chi were the same, whoever needed it could wear it. They strolled around a few times. Back at Thorn Castle, the Thorn sprite Ella had been waiting in the castle's living room, along with the Pea sprite, Ike. "Wow, List, you didn't come to see me when you came back," Ella complained as soon as she came up. "I heard you were sleeping, so I didn't disturb you." List picked up Ella, put her on the table in the living room, and said solemnly, "Ella, you have grown up, and it is time to take on more important responsibilities. I am going to hand over the responsibility of Thorn Castle to you. Do you have confidence?" Ella clenched her small fist, raised her head, and responded proudly, "Humph, those elves who dare not listen to me, Ella, let them taste the iron fist of justice. Don't be violent, be gentle." List smiled. It was probably a line that he accidentally came up with one day, and Ella had learned it well. Ella snorted again, "If Ike is disobedient, Ella will beat it up." He. Ike pulled the rope and sneered. She had never been afraid of Ella, and she didn't recognize Ella's temper. Perhaps other elves were afraid of Ella's temper and had no choice but to accept her hegemony, but this did not work in Ike. List was too lazy to care about how the elves schemed against each other. As long as they did not fight, he would let them go. Perhaps with the existence of a grumpy elf like Ella, the elves in the castle would evolve faster so that they would not eat and sleep all day. "Ike, how's the progress of Orn's evolution?" "I was just about to tell you, List. I feel like I'm in great shape recently. But it's not enough. I want a piece of Orn's scale. Can you help me get it?" "You want a piece of Orn's scale? Let me try." He placed great importance on Ike's evolution process. Thus, after Ike made her request, he immediately went to find Orn. "Give me one of your scales." Roar. As expected, Orn rejected forcefully. Splash. List took out a bottle of red dragon water and handed it to Orn's mouth. After spitting out a breath, Orn's eyes flickered twice and he chose to eat the red dragon water. Then, he shook his tail and shook off the smallest scale on his tail. Then, he crawled on the ground and began to sleep. Perhaps he was afraid that he could not resist the temptation of the red dragon water and would have to sell his scales again. Picking up the scale, List did not insist on a better one. The scales of the gray-mouthed iron dragon were very big. The smallest scale was equivalent to a washbasin for Ike. It was enough for her to hug the scale to sleep. "Thank you, List." "You're welcome, Ike." "Wow, what is the annoying Ike hugging?" "List, I want one too." Ella was very unhappy that Ike got Orn's scale. List raised his eyebrows. "If you also like a dragon, I will definitely give you a dragon scale." "No, Ella doesn't like dragons." "Then go to sleep." Just as List was busy comforting the dragons and elves, the blood code report of the Sun's Child was quickly presented on his desk. In his spare time, he flipped through the report, which recorded densely packed experimental data. He felt a headache just by looking at it. He directly flipped to the end of the report and looked at the conclusion. Through the complicated and long-winded records of the mages, he barely understood the true meaning of the blood code. Tiny blood particles, magic code. According to the report, blood was composed of tiny particles, roughly cells, and the tiny blood particles of the Sun's Child were wrapped in a layer of magic coat. To be precise, it was a super tiny magic array with the ability to self-replicate. In addition to self-replication, this layer of magic coat allowed the blood of the Sun's Child to be stained with magic coat. It also had another function, which was to be a key. It was the key to unlocking the druid's transformation magic. In order to understand the report more clearly, List directly called Chris Truth over and asked her to explain it to him. Although Chris was mainly in administrative work, she still had a deep understanding of the cutting-edge magic research of the Guild of Magic. "Your Highness, to put it simply, the magic code of tiny blood particles should be a means of alchemists. According to the principle of interchangeability of magic and matter, human blood and animal blood are exchanged." "Human blood and animal blood exchange?" "Yes, Your Highness. When human blood is replaced with animal blood, coupled with druid magic, people can immediately become animals made of animal blood. Perhaps the research of the ancient Sun's Child was limited. They only chose bears, leopards, eagles, dolphins, owls, and trees as transformation objects. Since it's animal blood, what's the deal with turning it into a tree? Human blood can also become the liquid in the tree, and then it can also activate druid magic and turn it into a big tree. Chris immediately explained the principle of magic in detail. To sum it up, it seemed whimsical, but in fact, it was really whimsical and very magical. It was not something that ordinary mages could study thoroughly. It must have come from the hands of the archmages of the Sun's Child. I think I roughly understand. List nodded. In fact, he did not understand, but as a polymath, it was not suitable to ask repeatedly. He would let a chi explain it to him in the future. Of course, this did not prevent him from continuing to communicate with Chris. So, since the Guild of Magic has cracked the blood code of the Sun's Child, does that mean that all mages can learn some druid magic? Chris replied a little awkwardly. Although we understand the principle, we still can't crack how the archmages of the Sun's Child engraved the magic in the blood. So, for the time being, we still can't learn druid magic. List frowned. Can I understand it this way? The Guild of Magic spent a huge amount of my investment, and then researched a bunch of useless results? Your Highness, for the time being, druid magic research really can't display its value. Then cut the funding. I remember I asked you to cut the funding for druid magic research before. Yes, but there are many mages in the guild who are very interested in druid magic. Convey my orders, cut the funding for druid magic research by 2/3. Ordinary mages are prohibited from using the guild's resources to research the project before they advance to Great Mage. Great mages must ensure that 2/3 of their energy is used to research the project issued by the guild. Violators will be expelled from the guild. List was a pragmatist and had no interest in reviving a declining civilization. Druid magic was not necessarily better than the current system of mages. Moreover, he planned to replace mages with arcanists, so it was even more impossible to revive druid magic. Druid farming magic could be researched. As for transformation magic and the like, it looked interesting but had little practical significance. Even if the project was not completely cut, the funding would be severely cut. He thought about it. Chapter 944. On the way out of Firewood Castle, Chris sighed helplessly. She was very clear about His Highness's attitude towards magicians. This was also the attitude of most knights towards magicians. They couldn't live without them, they didn't like them, they worshipped them, but they were wary of them. After all, in the era of the legendary Moon Empire, mages were the rulers, and knights were just followers of mages. This time, His Highness is angry. If he really wants to cut the funding for the Druid Magic Research Project, I'm afraid the Guild of Magic will be shaken. She raised her arm and looked at the 2 gemstone rings on her finger. Her gaze suddenly became cold. His Highness's decree is the reason for the existence of the Guild of Magic. She had previously contributed to the management of the Guild of Magic, and mages could not be enfeoffed as nobles, so List rewarded her with 2 gemstones. She made the 2 gemstones into magic rings and wore them on her finger. Putting down her arm, Chris looked up at the starry sky and murmured softly, His Highness's ambitious plan for mages, no, for arcanists, and the light of truth from His Excellency Achilles. The times are advancing, and no one can stop it. As the executive vice president of the Guild of Magic, how could Chris not know about the plan of the arcanists? Although she was also a mage, her life was saved by List, so List's plan was her plan. She could only support it. Moreover, she vaguely felt that mages were destined to decline, but the glory of the arcanists might blossom in the hands of His Highness List and His Excellency Achilles. Soon, the journey from Firewood Castle to the Mage Tower was completed. The Mage Tower was still brightly lit, and it was the brightest building in Firewood City at night. The sorcerers and magic apprentices hurried in and out. The noisy and strict atmosphere always made Chris feel uncomfortable but comfortable. Comfortable because the veil of truth was unveiled here. Every day was a gathering of mages, and there were countless collisions of inspiration. Uncomfortable because it was completely different from the life of a mage she experienced when she was young. The inheritance of mages was secretive, and most of the old mages who studied magic all year round had a twisted mentality. They liked to live in the wilderness far away from human habitation and conduct magic experiments that could not see the light of day. Although the teacher Chris followed wasn't a pervert, he also liked to live in the wilderness and research all sorts of strange things. Later on, she was brought by her teacher to join the goat gathering and began to study the soul. She even spent a long period of time conducting pathological experiments on animals. If it weren't for the collapse of the goat congregation during the dragon-slaying incident and the fact that she was saved by List, she might have become a solitary and paranoid sorcerer. "Mr. President, you're back." A magician greeted Chris politely, interrupting her reminiscence. Chris nodded and put on a serious expression. "Sir Maurice, are you on duty tonight?" "Yes, it's my shift tonight." "Yes." Chris didn't waste time with Maurice. The Guild of Magic now had more than 300 mages from all over the world. If he spoke too much nonsense, he wouldn't be able to respond at all. Soon, she returned to her office amidst the constant greetings on the way. Immediately, an assistant sorcerer brought her coffee. She had never been used to drinking green tea, which was popular among the nobles. "Is Vice President Kenley in the office?" Vice President Kenley went to the Dragon Valley to investigate the Dragon Pit mine. "Is that so? Send her a magic message and tell her to come to the Guild of Magic tomorrow. I have something important to discuss with her." "Yes, Mr. President." The assistant went to send the message. Chris took a sip of coffee and picked up a few documents on the desk to read. She saw that there was a report on the application for Druid magic research funding. She threw the report aside. After thinking for a while, she took out a piece of paper and wrote on it. The graceful serpentine slowly appeared. Regarding the requirements of His Highness List Flame, the honorary president of the Guild of Magic and the chief observer of the Arcana Assessment Board, regarding the Druid magic research, after venting his anger on the Druid magic research, List threw the problem to the back of his mind. It was not a big deal to him at all. He was a dragon knight with 6 dragons, Fire Dragon Leo, Invisible Dragon Bard, Mountain Copper Dragon Marta, Grey Iron Dragon Orn, Light Emerald Dragon Ethan, and Bone Dragon Winnie. No matter how crazy the mages were, what could they do? His so-called "scram if you don't want to do it" was not just to chase them away. There were too many secrets on Flame Island, and these mages were more or less involved. In order to prevent these secrets from being exposed, the mages who left would naturally need to encounter some natural disasters on their way out. Moreover, the magic door of the Heart Reed teleportation formation had strict management rules. Mages were allowed to enter but not leave. Even if it was a knight, commoner, or merchant, it was easy to enter through the magic door of the Heart Island, but if they wanted to leave through the magic door of the Reed Marsh, they would have to go through many checks. All in all, List's management of Flame Island was loose on the inside and tight on the outside. There were not many security and defensive measures on the inside. Regardless of whether they were rats or spies, spying on the military or fishing in troubled waters, they would let them do whatever they could. All the energy was focused on guarding the entrance and exit. It was almost impossible for rats or spies to sneak out. Unless they left by sea, however, Flame Islands were located in the vast sea. Without a professional fleet with sextant positioning, and magical equipment such as water-calming pearl and wind pearl to avoid the wind and waves, it was impossible to sail far. Even if there really were rats or spies who spread the secrets of Flame Island, List wouldn't care too much. When friends came, there would be good wine, and when enemies came, there would be dragons. Now that Achi's combat power had skyrocketed after riding on the unicorn, he and Achi could rely on the invisible dragon to travel through space. They were not afraid of any threats at all, only the Flame Kingdom had ideas about other countries, and other countries didn't dare to have ideas about the Flame Kingdom. In short, the blood password of the Sun's Child was just an interlude. He had to appease the dragons and elves, and in addition to dealing with cumbersome official duties, he was delayed for 2 days. It wasn't until the 4th day after returning home that he found time to travel with the invisible dragon to the world outside the material world, looking for natural nodes. Using the magic positioning technique, he carefully searched for every trace of abnormal spatial trajectory. However, the natural nodes that were easy to find had already been found. The remaining natural nodes were very hidden nodes, and it was very difficult to determine the existence of the node through the almost undetectable abnormalities. So for 3 days in a row, he and Bard entered the world outside the material world from different parts of Flame Island, but still found nothing and couldn't find a new natural node. At this time, it was the scorching August. Achi had already found a forest suitable for the Pegasus herd to live in with Charlie the unicorn, which was located in the center of Flame Island near the Moonkiller Sacred Mountain. "Brother, there is a plain just between the forest and the grassland, and there is also a large river flowing through the middle. Charlie likes it there very much. He grew up with the Pegasus herd and is very familiar with the environment they like. It's located on the side of the Moonkiller Sacred Mountain. The mountain copper dragon Marta is entrenched in the sacred mountain, and the entrance to the ruins arranged by the ancient magic shooters is also there. For the time being, let's set up the Pegasus Ranch. When you have time, we'll sort out the natural nodes at the entrance to the ruins and see if we can enter the ruins." Achi nodded. Okay. The entrance to the ruins was a broken space node with 2 entrances. One led to the Hourglass Valley of the Sacred Mountain, and the other led to the Eternal Paradise, mentioned by the Moonkiller Sacred Mountain, which was the real entrance to the ruins rewarded by the Smoke Mission. The ruins of the ancient magic shooters were buried there. Unfortunately, the entrance to the Eternal Paradise was too dangerous. He drove the invisible dragon Bard several times, but he didn't dare to pass through the broken space crack, for fear of being directly obliterated by the crack. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.